when you are out in the field, what to do, with what you see. And, it could be a bird, it could be an ant, it could be a tree, it could be anything, right? Yeah, so nature journaling becomes important because, it's an activity which we all did on our own. Nobody taught us, but then there was no cameras back then, right? So anything we saw, we would have to write down, we would have to note down, we would have to draw. And that's how it started, right? And Shilpa Shri and Sangeeta have been leading this so far as Bangalore goes. So we'll start soon. Please, give us 5 minutes and then we'll start. I have been leading this so far as Bangalore goes. Okay, I would like to introduce Shilpa Shri. Just to introduce Shilpa Shri has been, part of the bird watching group for, I think, a few decades now. And she's been passionate about art and craft since the time she was in college, which was at Chitrakala Parishad. So she's a trained artist. And she, along with Sangeeta Kadur, started this whole concept called green scraps. And that's been a very innovative and unique thing for children, especially in Bangalore, who've been, able to participate and learn nature journaling and how to, capture what they are seeing on paper and pen. And she draws inspiration for her work from nature, and it is her core interest. And she explores different mediums for her work, but is mostly keen on watercolors. She conducts various art workshops and nature journaling workshops. Like I said, green scraps, look it up. It's an amazing and innovative, thing that they've been doing. Welcome.
Thank you, Ulas.
Over to you.
Thank you. Do I stand here? Good morning, everyone. So I think everybody's joshed up after the coffee session. So I welcome you all to the 9th edition of the Bengaluru Bird Day, and I'm very glad to be here. I'm thankful to all the team who have got me to be here. So if I have to, like Ullas already introduced, I'm very much interested in nature. Today I'm going to be presenting nature journaling. um, which is a very wholesome activity. Okay, so let's begin with the. Uh, so today I will be specifically talking, we'll have a lot of sketching session also, but specifically focusing on birds in nature journals. Like I keep nature journals for almost like 14 years now. So it's been a long journey. I'm very happy to share my experience with you all. Feathered friends in journals. So like I said, I will be talking about the art of keeping nature journal. So to begin with, I want to say, now it's become more like nature means it's a beautiful spot. I will go once in my holidays, just visit a place and be there for some time and come back. So I feel it's a totally a very alien thing to even think like that, because we are all so much a part of the ecosystem. We just don't consider ourselves to be a part of it. So that's a very weird thing, but then we have become like that. So is there somebody who keeps journals here? Okay. What kind of a journal? Wow, wonderful. Any other kind of journals that you keep? Oh, wow. Super. Okay. Birding journal, that's awesome. So is there somebody who keeps dream journals, reflective journals, everyday journals? There are so many different kinds of journals that people keep and practice. All that is like a big thing now, keeping journal, keep reflecting with journals and all that, right? But that is on a very personal front. Of course, nature journaling is also a very personalized way of keeping contact with nature and with self, I can say. So, apart from what a journal is, a nature journal is a little beyond that, how we connect to nature by keeping a journal. So we are looking at different animals, birds, trees. We see the interconnections between all the beings that are around us. So it's basically being awake to the world of nature. Still, when we are in the city or with our busy lives, it's a very effective way to keep ourselves in touch with nature. So, we'll go to the next slide, where I'm going to talk about nature journaling itself, like what it does to me. So, this was a place in Bhutan. As soon as I see this, I remember like how the day was, where was the spot I sat, what I was doing that day, and lot of things. It just takes me back to that place the instant I look at my journal. So I have a very special place for nature journaling, because it not only is something that I just look at and enjoy, but it kind of gets etched in my memory. It just stays with me forever. It's not only the feeling of the joy that I carry, but something much more, like the connection that happens for me to that place, how I connect to everything there. Because nature journaling, interestingly, has So it is a very wholesome experience. According to me, it is very wholesome because it has a little bit of science, little bit of art, little bit of observation, lot of creativity. You bring in many, many things to make a book, nature journal. It's not alone, you know which species the frog is, or the tree is, or the bird is. You also tend to, look at it, give a second thought to, how it looks. Like when I'm drawing, I actually pay attention to each and every detail of how the feathers are laid, if it's a bird, how the petals are so delicate. I intricately look at the aesthetics of the, the nature element. So, it also helps to question. So what happens when you do nature journaling? So I want two of the kids, if you can come. I want to ask you all something. 2 volunteers. Come. Anybody else? Come. Okay, 3 of them. Still okay, good one. Come. So, do you know him? No. So, do you know any of them? No. If you want to know them, what is the first thing you do? Ask them what?
Their names.
Their names. So, the age also, okay. That is something I didn't know. Okay, that's awesome. So, now I'm going to, let's step a little that side. Come here. So, I want to ask, okay, say, which language you speak?
English.
English, and you? You speak Hindi. Let's imagine that you don't know even a single word of Hindi. Okay? So when you know how to communicate, both of you know the same common language, you talk to her, right? So you are saying, hi, how are you? What is your age and all that? You're asking her. But now, you absolutely have no idea a single word of Hindi, and she doesn't know a single word of English. Okay? How are you going to communicate? Say, let's say,
Where do you come from?
no, she doesn't understand, right? So how will you ask her? How will you ask, where do you come from? Without speaking, how do you ask? Can you? Yeah, sign language. So try. Did you understand or did you hear me? Okay, do something else so that she can respond. Something more. He said something, right? What do you do?
There's not a way you can go to Google Translate and then put English to Kannada. You can.
Okay, there is no Google. Let's think that there is no Google. Now only you and her are there. Okay? And you have to ask her something else other than saying hi quickly. Okay? Is it the same question? Okay, I'll give you a hint. Okay, without him saying much, she could understand what he's asking, right? You didn't talk to him, he didn't talk to you, right? But do you think you can become friends like this? Maybe, right? Yeah? So you can go back. So we have something about it. You want to say something without saying, can you tell me something so that I can understand? Just by actions? No. Okay. Yeah. So, the whole point of nature journaling is we are trying to connect, we are trying to make friends with nature. So now nature doesn't speak, right? Can nature speak? I mean the bird or the tree or the flower, can it speak? No, right? Yeah, tell me.
Actually, a few parrot species can
Few parrot species can speak, but otherwise can you talk to a stone? Can you talk to a tree? Will it answer back? But is it possible? Like now, he was showing the action, right? That time you still could understand what he was asking. How is that? You are not doing anything, right? You are not doing anything, or you are still doing something? Were you observing? Were you seeing? Okay, so that means you were seeing and observing. You were still doing something, right? Seeing and observing is something, right? So, what I want to say is, nature doesn't communicate to us, or we cannot communicate to nature by talking or saying anything, right? We can only observe. So, how we connect to nature is by really observing, being in the present, trying to understand what is happening around in that place. You quietly sit and observe, you will understand like really well, like what the bird is trying to do. Is it feeding the chicks, or is it doing? Is it flying away from some other bird? Is some bird is trying to attack? So, from decades, the natural history has been having. I mean, people have practiced keeping nature journals from many decades. So people have kept journals, and that's how we have like a lot of documentation that has happened then. We have a lot of information about how the species then were, and a lot of other things that we know about plants, animals and birds, like because somebody had documented it. That is one way of looking at it. And so what I was trying to say is how we can connect observation and questioning. When you're observing something, say if you're looking at your friend constantly, you'll also start thinking, right? You'll start processing. What is this person up to? What is she doing? Why is she giggling? Why is she scratching? Is something wrong with her? We keep thinking, right? So, I personally have felt when you observe, you also get very inquisitive about how things work. So it's a very simple way of putting it, that when you observe, you also become very curious to know what is happening. So nature journaling really helps to observe. That's because we are drawing. By drawing, we are really observing very keenly, and we also learn to question. And when you question, if you go and ask a tree, what is happening, why you turned yellow, will it answer? No, right? So now you question, and how do you get the answer? Again observing. You observe, right? What will happen? So you are kind of, for yourself, you are trying to invent, in the sense like you are trying to get answers, you are getting solutions. You are watching and you are also getting solutions, and you are also questioning. So this is what happens when you keep a nature journal. You become very focused observer, where you learn to understand things in a better way and get answers also out of it. Don't you make it make sense? Okay. So, slowing down is something I have sensed in my own self. Like whenever I go sit and start sketching in nature and try to observe what is happening, time just goes off in a flash. It just, I think that is what is being in the present, being in the moment, when you just don't know how time just flies. So that is something that happens, like we are all in very busy schedules. So if we can take out like 10 minutes of a day to keep a journal, to observe nature around us. And like I introduced you all, nature is not somewhere we have to go. Like we just have to open our eyes. We see a lot of spiders, insects, ants, termites. It's all over the place. So you just have to be present to it. So keeping a nature journal actually helps you to observe what is happening exactly around you also. It's like it keeps reminding us that we are not somewhere away. We are a part of nature. And so when you actually make friends with somebody and bond with them, what happens? When you bond with somebody and they're really good friends, what happens? You start taking care of them, right? You really like them. You see to that they don't spoil anything. They don't get hurt. They don't get, they should not feel hurt. You don't make them feel sad for any reason. You really take care of them, right? So similarly, if you build a bond with nature, which nature journaling helps, eventually you will kind of bond with the nature. It will become your best friend. And then you will start taking care of the nature, right? Taking care of the beings that are around you. You will kind of understand what is happening to them. So I can say what happens to me is like I kind of have reduced eating biscuits. I hardly eat. We hardly get packets of biscuits. We try and avoid as much as plastic. So these are the small things that happen because we are more aware now. Because we know that something is causing trouble to some in the nature, right? So that is one thing. You build empathy. Empathy is you can feel the sense of their pain or happiness. Okay? I already mentioned meditative, being in the present. So learning with impact is also something I already said. There is unlimited source for learning. So every day if you see a tree, but still it is new the next season. And it might not be the same the next year. So there is always something happening in the nature which will keep you away from boredom. Like you don't need any kind of gadgets. If you're watching nature, that's about it. You will never feel bored. So brings out the child in us. It is if anybody is interested who are not kids and want to practice this, it is a very, very beautiful place to be in because it is a journal that you are keeping. You can make any mistakes. You can write whatever you want. You are not answerable to anybody. Nobody can judge you because it is your personal, unique journal that you are going to keep. So it is a beautiful thing to practice and bring the child in each of us. Finally, I want to say that, it can be a very abstract thing to say, you build gratitude, attitude of gratitude, because every time I sketch a leaf or flower, I look at the cloud, I get this sense of, wow, it is so beautiful. Thank you for being here. That kind of a feeling. So it's a great thing to build compassion where you kind of feel for it, and definitely you would want to do, don't want to do something that will affect it. Okay? So, okay. So nature journaling, till now I've been telling nature journaling will do this, that, it is so good and all that, but I've still not introduced like what it is like made up of, right? So nature journaling, it's a book where I have my sketches of the animal or bird or tree or a place where I go. Like what you see behind is a painting that I painted somewhere near Coimbatore. So when I see that, I remember like, okay, when I went there and what I did and etc. All those things. But then I also written like which day, what occasion, where it was and what kind of a weather it had and things like that. So there are two components in a nature journal which I'll be showing it to you. So one part is the drawing part. We will jump into drawing. Now I guess all of you have collected leaves. Okay, super. So it's a visual representation. So why should we draw anything? We could just click a picture, right? But still we draw something in a journal. Anybody? Won't you get that in a picture? Yeah. So like he said, when you draw, you are literally creating the image from your senses. Like you're using your ears, eyes, you're using your hands, you're feeling the pen, pencil, whatever, you're able to sense the air, the fresh air or whatever. And sometimes you hear sounds. So it's a lot of things put together. When you're drawing, you're absorbing a lot of other sensorial I can say, I don't know what to say, sensorial experiences that, it transforms into a drawing. So when you draw, it's something you literally look at it, look at every detail. Like now when we draw, I think you'll experience it. So I'm sure. And it is a very fine balance, like I said. It has a bit of creative side to it. Then we have drawing because they say like, a picture is worth 1,000 words. So if you want to say express the bird is deep red, for somebody who has never seen red, probably even if you explain like using 10,000 words, they won't be able to experience what deep red is until they see it with their eyes. So drawing and painting makes that simpler because the deep red is presented and you get to see what deep red means. And then there are certain things that you cannot, of course, if you, in a very abstract way, you can really create some marks and lines and say this is sound, this is smell. But then if you want to record a particular thing at that point in time, I think writing helps to do that. Whatever is, you sense a smell and you feel that, this smells so beautiful or this smells really bad, like a rotten egg. So all those things, it helps to, for you to keep a journal more effectively by writing. And behavioral descriptions. When you look at something, you just don't look at it, right? You're trying to understand, process, like I already mentioned. So you're going to take down all the details which makes your understanding even more deeper. Okay? And when we do all this, definitely we would like to know, what is this plant? Do I know this? What is the name of this plant? So it also leads to scientific inquiry. Like, okay, once you know the plant, then you want to understand more about the plant. Then you get deeper and deeper to know how things work, at different levels. Then we also have a place where we put out our personal experiences, like how we felt, what kind of place that was or tree that was and things like that. So that can also be rendered with stories, in the form of stories or poems or some prose or any creative way that you want to present it. Okay? I think that was a lot of talking. So now this is one of the story that I collected. I represented. Here we had been to Valparai, where we saw this a bulbul nest, where we could actually see the bulbul go inside the bush, and it had a nest there. We found that we were very excited to see the nest, and there were nestlings which were really small. Apparently, when I was looking at it, I saw this one particular chick was fed with a huge worm. I think it was bigger than the throat. I don't know, if it was a baby, probably it would have choked. But then I saw the bird kept struggling to gulp it down and things like that. So that is what I've tried to just put it. And then I've also written, like in a fun way, giant worm green, mama got it for me, like as if the two siblings are fighting. So it's a creative, your creative quotient also kind of starts moving. That's what happens when you're journaling for a long time. So it's best to consistently do it. Now we'll jump into why drawing and why we should practice, and how drawing comes. Like, first thing, I think in our country, or wherever, here, drawing and painting is a very side kind of thing, It's like drawing, you study first, then you draw, that kind of a thing. So if somebody can write, that also means somebody can draw. Everybody has the potential to draw. And when we say observational drawing, it is not drawing alone, it is learning to see the details. Okay? So what is the best way to do it? We need to practice. So to start with, we jump into the practical part of it. To start with, we'll take out one sheet and pencil, and we kind of warm up. So every day if you warm up with for some time, your lines get better and better. So every day if you doodle for some time, your drawings become really good. So if we can start, okay, so somebody who doesn't have a pencil and pen, maybe we can draw some circles in the air. Shall we do that? Okay, circle. It is warming up now, warming up time. Okay? How do you make a oval? So when we draw something, we need to move the whole shoulder. We don't restrict our drawing only for wrist. That is one way of drawing, where you draw, but then it is little restricted. So we move our entire hand so that the drawing flows. Okay? So can we take out our pencils and paper? Just do some doodling. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ I want to leave. No paper. ಇರಲಿ. Okay. Sure. just like how we start music. Can you all see if I make a mark with this? This is enough. So, first thing we can start with is a horizontal line. Just practice horizontal lines. They say it's very, very helpful to being mindful if you can, make a perfect grid. If you practice every day, they say it makes you very mindful also. Practice lot of lines. Diagonal lines. This can be your everyday routine. So make lines and then you can also make curves. And you make a perfect circle. You practice these things. A very, very useful way to warm up, to draw every day. Start with some doodling and then you'll be good to go. Okay? You think your hands are warm enough? Yeah. Okay. So, I kind of practice it sometimes, like even the paper gets black, it'll be so black. And just doodling, and the paper gets black. So it really helps to warm up. So we'll do a very interesting activity, okay? So it's a drawing technique. It's called a blind contour sketching, okay? So I'm saying blind and contour. Okay, contour means it's a continuous line, okay? Now when we do blind contour, there is a part where it says blind, right? What does that mean? It's our favorite part. When we are drawing, before drawing, we start thinking, my drawing is not coming right. This is not coming right. Before starting, we have that thing. So we are going to keep that as a main part and say we are not even going to look into our drawing. So that's why it becomes the blind contour. So there are 3 rules to it, because we all have leaves, right? All of us have leaves? Whoever is drawing? Okay. You can have one. A flower also will do. Flower or leaf. Okay?
You want a leaf, you can take one.
No, flower should do. Flower only. Is there a way to put this? ಇದೇನ ಇಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋ ಕೆಳಗಿಟ್ಬಿಡು. and observe like each and every point of the downhill. I can say if I'm an ant and I'm crawling down, this is like a total 90-degree slide. And I can see this curve. I'm going at a very, very slow pace. I'm able to see every curve that this leaf has. I'm really not bothered like how it is going to turn out to be. Only thing I'm noticing is how much I'm observing, how much I'm able to see, how much I'm focusing. Okay? This is almost like drawing with your mind. Like your mind, your eyes are looking at it, your mind is processing the shape, and then your hand is drawing it. And now I hope the mind's eye work for me in the best way. Okay, it didn't meet, but then you can see the curves, you can see that it has a stalk, and a lot of details has been captured without actually looking into it. So this is what our observation can do. You really need not look at your picture and keep judging yourself to the drawing is not turning out to be good or bad or whatever it is. And here, when you are doing an observational drawing, your main intention is how much you are able to focus, how much you are able to see. So you are actually learning to see when you are drawing. So seeing is drawing and drawing is seeing. So if you finished one leaf, maybe you can exchange and make another one or two. One more leaf, different leaf. Next slide. Thank you. So your total focus needs to be on the outline. You are completely involved in the leaf. At some point you actually feel you are crawling or you are sliding down. So I'm climbing up on this leaf. This is a different leaf. Okay, it's better this time. So when you're doing it and if you feel this is not touching, that might be because I was very slow initially and I kind of became a little fast, so that's why it didn't meet. If I was slower, it would have probably been the exact shape of the leaf. So even the pace really matters. When we are keeping a nature journal, when we are in nature and looking at a bird, say when the bird doesn't stay for long, right? So if you just bend your head to look at your page, the bird is gone. So this is one technique which can really help you to sketch birds and animals or moving objects. Like if you practice, the more you practice, the more you get better at it. And this technique, literally you can draw anything. This is like the mother of techniques. If you practice this, you can literally draw anything. Okay? So also we know, like why I was saying observation plays such an important role. How we are observing something when we are drawing. We are trying to capture every detail. So when we click a picture, this is what we would have missed, right? That is the major difference. Like you have an image, ready image, and you draw. Basic difference is that you are recreating the whole thing and you are internalizing. So if you want to change your leaf or something, please do it. We are going to have a quick game. Oh, it's come from inside. I'm going to set the timer for say stopwatch, say 45 seconds. Okay. Did you exchange? Did you all get a new leaf or flower? Okay. 1, 2, 3, start. You have to get all the details. Don't pick up your hands. You have to draw continuously. Get all the details also. Thirty seconds up. Forty seconds up. Another 5 seconds. Stop. Were you able to do it? Okay. I thought I'll make the challenge harder. Should we try last one? Shall we make it 35 seconds? Okay. You have to exchange your leaves before. So that you have a fresh thing and not get used to the shape. Okay, shall we start? Everybody ready? I'll make it 30 seconds, this 35 seconds, right? Shall we start? Start. It's a good thing to put yourself into test, right? You should do it when I tickle also next. 25 seconds. Wow, you did it in 25 seconds. 34, 35, stop. Were you all able to do?
Yes.
From nothing to 35 seconds of drawing a leaf, that is incredible, I can say. So, this is one other effective way of sketching. Should we try sketching a bird? Can everybody see? Is the easel in between? Okay. Can we sketch the bird on the screen in the same technique, using the same technique? Let's try. Am I in between? Should I move? Okay. You can see now? Cool. Shall we put the timer on? So you don't lift the hand even now. You try to sketch without lifting your hands. Okay, but make sure you are observing very keen. Okay, now it is only still birds. You can draw true birds if you want to. Make sure you don't lift up your pencil and it's a continuous line. You can go back and forth. You can overlap the lines, but make sure you try to get the shape of the bird. I lifted my hand. Done? If it was a real bird, it wouldn't sit there. Next. Shall we try this one? Last one. One bird. Now with a timer? Okay, then quickly do it. I'll give you, say, 1 minute. 1 minute. Okay, we'll have to go to the next one. You try at home. We'll go to the next slide. Okay, now I want one volunteer. Anybody. One volunteer. So as I already said, the more we observe, the more questions we get. Okay? So before getting into the sketching part and writing part, I'm going to ask Bessie, right? Blessy, I want you to look at the bird and describe the bird. Okay? You have to describe the bird in such a way that the audience should be able to tell you what bird it is. It could be. Okay, can you describe? Come. Okay, after this you get a chance. Do we have a mic for him? Mic for him? You should not tell. If you know which bird it is, you should not tell. But you should tell everything, like how the head looks, how the eyes are. Describe the bird, okay? They should be able to guess which bird it is. Other one. Oh. Oh, okay. Idine kottund. Okay, describe it. I'll hold it for you. You just look at the bird and describe properly everything that you see about the bird.
It has an orange.
What is it? First thing, what is it?
It is a bird.
Okay. Everybody listen carefully.
It is green in color.
Okay.
It has red color eyes.
Red eyes and green color bird.
It has a long beak.
Long beak. Somebody should be able to guess now. Okay. Ah, they got it right. Green beater. Yeah, that is the bird. Yes. You knew which bird it is?
Yes.
Oh, super. Okay. So now what I was trying to do here is, we did a lot of sketching and all that, but then we also need to understand what we are sketching, right? So our observation has to be recorded in the form of writing. So it is very important for us to also see it, contemplate, and then put it across in words too, right? So that we have a clear understanding of what it is. So now I want you all to make a circle in the center, okay? And you have to write observations on one side and questions on one side. I'm going to go to the next slide. It is a very common bird. I'm sure all of us here would know the bird, but still I want you all to look at it with a very fresh perspective and try to observe as much as possible how deep you can get to observation. And then when you are observing, try to get some questions, like what is the questions that comes to your head, just put it up on the other side. Okay, so this is going to be one way of keeping a journal where you sketch a part of the leaf or flower or a fruit or a bird, and then you kind of observe, you write all the observations, and also you try to understand what it is by questioning. Your scientific inquiry kind of starts there. All right, we'll go to the next slide, and this is the bird you need to get. You get a quick sketch of the bird. Okay, see what is it that you had never observed in this bird before. Yes, look at it with a very fresh perspective. Make a quick gesture sketch in the center and write down all the observations on one side and all the questions that pose, the observations pose on the other side. So we are kind of getting close to how a nature journal would, what all it would have. So one main thing about nature journal is you look at things very, very carefully and also process continuously, like what it is and how, what it does and everything. Have you finished the sketch already?
Yes.
Did you write all the observations? Okay, can you tell one observation? One of you. Yes.
The male has a long, the female is having a rufous color.
What female? I am Rufus?
The female has a rufous wings and tail.
What is it?
Indian paradise flycatcher.
Oh, you already know what it is. Think that you just describe how the bird looks, what the head is like, and
The head has a black color crown.
okay. Is it a crown? Is it a crown? That's a crest. Okay. Okay.
It has rufous wings and tail.
Okay. And then?
Has a rufous wings and tail.
Yeah.
And then it has a white belly.
Yes.
It has a black face
Okay.
and a silver beak.
Silver beak. Is it silver? Or is it shiny because of the light? Okay. That's a very good observation. So did you get some questions looking at the bird? What?
Like, how does the and how come the male has a
He has the answer. He wants to answer. What's your name?
Ishan.
Ishan wants to answer.
Because it's mostly the males that try to impress the females. In this case, the paradise, like actually loses its state to do that. That's why the males have a longer.
Did you get the answer? Awesome. So everybody is done with it? So this is one way of putting some content into your journal. Okay? Next slide. Okay, so if we have to delve a little deeper into journaling, then we have these 3 prompts. Okay? The 3 prompts are very important. One way of doing it. So it is I notice. When you look at something, you can start by saying I notice. Okay, that means you have already started observing. Okay, and I wonder. So the moment you start observing, the next thing that starts happening is you're processing and then you started questioning. Right? So the next thing is I wonder. So you can start off your journal by saying I wonder, and you can look at something and pose all the questions that are there. Like I said, if you observe very keenly, you definitely will get answers, and also you can look at the right sources to get the information and make a collect the data in which you can understand what the bird or animal is. Okay? So I remember is something like it could be a very nostalgic thing. You try to connect it with something else. Oh, when I see this animal, I remember my grandmother's house. I went and this animal, this dog or this squirrel was jumping over there. So I remember kind of connects you to what you already know. Some interesting things like a snail or a flower that has fallen, you will never get to see it up. So it is always good to look and observe all the levels, like you look at your eye level and get all the things that are moving around you. You look at the earth, the ground, and find some interesting stuff there, and you also look up to see some clouds or trees or whatever. If you are in nature, there is something to see everywhere. So all those information you can gather. Also try to get to understand what it is. So when is something we wrote already, time, because we mentioned the time. So we also try to understand what it is. If it is a bird, which bird? If you don't know the species of the bird, you can always put a question mark, make a neat sketch of it, make a note of it, come back and go try to find which bird you saw that day. Okay, it can be a very good way to going back to understanding what you have seen. Okay, and then when is over how. How you look at things and what it is doing is another important thing. Like you get the behavioral understanding of whatever that organism was. Okay, so this is one way of keeping a journal. So we'll move to the sketching part, where we actually make detailed sketches of a bird. Okay, it's a different technique. So now we move to another technique where we do get the proportions of the bird right, so that when you're making a quick sketch, you make a sketch of a bird, when you come back and see, it looks like some other organism. So every bird, when you're starting to sketch, you need to look at the posture of the bird. Like some of the waders are more horizontal, they are parallel to the earth, and some birds are diagonal, some birds are erect. So first thing we try and get is the line which indicates the posture of the bird. Okay, and then initially we drew all the circles and ovals and all that, right? So we'll make use of the skill now and make a oval for the this almost the shape of an egg, and we try to get the head. So we place the head in a place where it is, if you draw a tangent, it should say like where the head starts. Okay, and then you also get the line for the neck to show the position of the neck, like where it is, how it is holding the neck. And then we have another line which indicates the beak. Okay, all these are making it easy for us to place each part of the bird so that we get a very accurate drawing. Okay, and then we have the tail. We just draw a line to mark the position of the tail. Sometimes the tail can be up, sometimes it can be down, in between. So the tail keeps moving, so it can be different. And now we also place the leg. So the feet of the leg is always where the weight of the bird is felt. Okay, the feet where it rests is where the maximum weight of the bird is felt. So now I'm going to get the position of the leg. If you draw the leg front, then it will look like it is going to topple. If you draw the leg too much behind, it will look like it is imbalanced. Okay, so it's very important to position the legs. And now after you get the proportions right, okay, you can start filling in the details by adding angular lines to connect and get the right shape of the bird. Notice all the beaks, each bird has a different beak, right? So we have to be get all the details. Step by step. Okay, get the angles right. And now we place the wing. And the wing goes down like this. Now try and get all the angles right so that at this stage you can still make changes if you feel it is not right. Observe how that one little feather is jutting out in the tail. Okay? Now get the legs right. You can make tiny shapes whenever you feel that there is a confusion, and then you can sort it out. And when you are looking at a bird in the wild, if you are not able to see the leg, don't draw it. It's better not to draw than, drawing something which is not the bird at all. Then if you want to go back and identify the bird, you will not be able to do it. So that is why your observation really matters. Okay, and now the main thing, when you are placing the eye of a bird, okay, so if this is the head, and we'll say this is the center line of the beak, okay, and this is the top portion of the beak, okay, the eye is always in some birds it is different, but most of the birds the eye is placed in between the top line of the beak and the center line of the beak, somewhere here. Okay, you can always measure the distance between the beak and the eye, like approximately you kind of with the judgment you do, and make a highlight in the eye so that it looks realistic. And now you can make the markings, other markings that are in the bird. So when you actually draw the bird with all the details, the line of the wing, okay? So once you get the bird, you can start making the other details. Like in this, the prominent part of the bird is the bird wing, the white patch on the bird wing, which becomes very easy to identify the bird. And okay, were you able to draw the bird with this method? Did you get the proportions right? Okay, so if we have to label the birds, then this is the bill. If you want to identify a bird, bill or beak, okay, this is the chin. Like exactly how we look at ourselves, in the similar way you can label the bird. Like this is the crown, then the head portion, instead of a mouth it has a beak, then the chin, then you have the throat, then you have the breast, then the belly. If you know all the parts of the bird, then when you look at a bird which is not familiar, you kind of get to go back and look into your sources to understand which bird it is. It helps in identifying the bird. This is the crown. This is the nape. Then the legs, the vent, okay, flanks, sides of the bird, knowing the bird by different parts really helps for identification. This is the rump and the tail. Okay? So if you know your bird by its parts of the bird, then you can also say, this was a red color, green color, whatever. You mention the color of the bird, and when you go back and look into your a book or a bird book or something, you get to know which bird it is. And some birds have a line here on top of the eye, which is called the supercilium. Few birds have. Okay? And the gap between the beak and the eye is called lores. Okay? So this is one technique where you get to sketch the bird with all the basic shapes, but then you get the proportion of the bird right. Okay? Stop. Next. So this is how the technique is. So you draw it with the basic shapes and you get the proportions of the bird right. Oh, you can't see. Okay, so we'll move on to the next slide. I thought we could, yeah, you can tell. You want to tell which bird it is?
Is it the green barbet?
Yes, it is. Okay, so we'll move to the next one. I have kind of shared some of the sketches and journals that I have made. So just to give you an idea, like how many different ways you can put it across. So I got to see some bulbuls in a garden, and I tried to capture it. I have kind of mentioned where I saw it, what was it doing. Like I could see that, it had two chicks and they were kind of following the mother, and mother kept calling out, and that is the instant I've tried to capture in this particular journal. And I generally go for walks in a lake. That's where I saw this cowcle, very quietly. It was in its own pace moving around. So that is something I captured. Okay, so this also, what I wanted to show was that when you go out and see, there are so many stories that are happening. So it's all these stories which keep you going. Like every time we see something, we have something new. So when you present in a journal, you also get creative by using different fonts. Like you think how you want to present the whole thing. So that is one aspect of keeping a journal. Next one. So this is again the sketch that I made in a lake that nearby. So it was quiet, and there was a sand bed where the lapwings were, sitting and standing, and they were in all. I tried to sketch them in different poses and try to observe what they were doing. This was these birds are used to coming to the window panes because they see their reflection and they think that there are other birds. So that is the instant where the birds, I think the previous time when I went to that place, they were very restless. And this time around when I went there, I could actually, easily sit and sketch. They were like, sunbirds are generally very active, right? So this time they were actually posing for me. So that is when I got the sketch. And this is again in Puttanalli Lake, where I go for my walks. So wherever you go, you kind of carry a small sketchbook. You kind of have a small setup of small paint box, small, you get this brush which you can fill water with, and you just paint with the color that you have. So next slide. This is when I travel. I wanted you all to sketch the moving bird, but apparently I think we are running out of time. So I will have to...
I have a suggestion.
Yeah.
You can take the children outside later on and you can do it outside.
Okay.
Yeah, that way those who are interested.
Sure. So I really thank you all for being such wonderful audience, and I thank Ullas and Srinivas and the whole team for being here. So we have a Instagram page called green_scraps. So if you want to follow our work, we do have a lot of journals and journaling techniques put up on the Instagram page. So you can always go and have a look at it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shilpa Sri, for introducing everyone to the easier way of sketching.
Okay.
In fact, this part of National College earlier had the biology lab where countless cockroaches and frogs were dissected, and we were made to draw their respiratory system and the digestive system. But, thank you. A small token of appreciation from our side.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I have this suggestion, Shilpa Shri, if you are open to it, you can take the children outside,
Sure.
right, and probably do another round,
Sure.
Yeah, those who are interested can follow Shilpa Shri. Okay, thank you everyone. I think we are running a little behind time, but it's all right. So we'll catch up and make up for that. The next session is about PFA, People for Animals Wildlife Hospital, and their rescues of injured, orphaned and displaced urban wild animals. And they've been doing some excellent work in rescuing wild animals in the city and taking care of them, making sure that they are all right, and releasing them back into the wild. So the People for Animals provides timely, specialized veterinary care and rehabilitation, and releases these injured birds and animals back into their natural habitats. And recently they've completed 37,000 rescues of wild animals in Bangalore. So this includes birds, animals, all types of things. And then what we are today going to learn about is the bird aspect of these rescues. What kind of birds have been rescued, and what does it mean when we talk about urban rescue of wild birds, right? So this gives an inside perspective to the connection between our birds and our city, and exploring the role of urban wildlife and the areas of conflict and opportunities for a deeper understanding of this link. And today, to share the observations and experiences that they've had, we have Nagesh and Madhvi, who's both of you are on. Okay, and both of them are volunteers with PFA, People for Animals, and they both will be leading. And they both will be sharing their observations and experiences while doing these rescues, the treatments, rehabilitations, and the release of these wild birds. So it covers various aspects which have not been presented before, including the trends that they are seeing in bird rescues, to insights of adaptation and behavior, with a focus on key local and migratory species, So that's the focus of this talk. So I welcome Nagesh, Mani, and Madhvi to share their observations. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Am I audible? Okay. Just get this right. Okay. Good morning. Thank you so much, Ulhas and the team for inviting us to be part of this. It's quite a special opportunity for us, and a little background and then I'll get into it. I know there's a concern on time, so I'll keep it tight. It started off with, okay, how much can we do? And Madhvi and I have been working on this, and I'm sure a lot of you know Madhvi. And finally, we crunched it down to what I think should fit into about 45 minutes. I'll try and make it tight. We're open to questions at the end, which is the best time. And if you do have any questions in the middle, I could perhaps pause at one or two instances and we can take a few questions. Yeah. I can already see a little bit of, saw a raised hand. Okay, so this is, of course, an avian perspective of what we do, but there is a little more to it than just that. Let me perhaps move away from. Yeah, okay. Is that okay? Yeah? Okay. Okay, so the PFA Wildlife Hospital, we've been around for about 25 years. Started off at this campus in Kingeri, about 6 acres, which was largely a wasteland. And the focus was wildlife, the focus was urban wildlife, and the 4 trustees who started it in Bangalore realized that it was important. Am I not audible at the back? I perhaps need to be closer here. Yeah. Is it all right now? Yeah. Better? Okay at the back? Okay. Thank you. Where was I? Yeah, the focus on urban wildlife became a very important aspect in a city like Bangalore. It was required. It was necessary. I'm okay. It's okay. Thanks. Yep. Okay. I'll do my best to give you a sense of what we do, how we do it, and what it means for us. It's interesting, this is the first time we're doing this with bird watching community. So I'll allow you to do some of the bird watching. I won't talk about any of the species in particular, but a lot of the pictures are there for your consumption. Enjoy what you see. So, the purpose of a wildlife hospital is, of course, to, in a city, is to rescue, treat, rehabilitate, and release urban wildlife species. And that's at the core of everything that we do. So, that's the process. can I hold your questions till a little later? Gives you a sense of what we are about. Each of these requires a team that is quite specialized today. So we have a rescue team. Their only focus is to facilitate a rescue. So you have someone who's climbing a 20-foot tree to cut down a kite that has been affected by manja. Then you have what we call recovery because of the 4 R's is really the veterinary team. And that's therefore medical intervention, right, which you'll see many examples of. We have a rehab team, which is being able to nurture the animal back to health in a certain way. And then, of course, there's release. And release happens with 1 or 2 or a mix of this group. And that's the core group that we are. We're about 25 people today. We have 4 veterinarians, we have a rehab team, we have about 6 rescuers, we have a few vehicles that set out, and you'll probably spot them because they're all nicely branded right now. There's one stationed in Yelahanka, and that's the first node that we have, and part of our plan is to have more such nodes, which is what a city like Bangalore requires. The population of Bangalore has more than doubled since the time PFA started, and the geographic spread has increased twice over. Quick snapshots. That's the number we are at as of August, about 36,000 odd. We are now beyond 37,000. We get close to 15 calls a day for rescues. That facilitates a lot of the rescues that happen, but alongside we have some good citizens who walk in with a rescue, which is fantastic, and which is what we're about. And one of the goals of having conversations like this is to make more of that happen. So 215 species overall, of which more than half, about 134, are birds. This gives you a sense of the most species rescued. You can see black kites and the house crow being the largest amongst birds. You've got the parakeet there as well. It's so interesting that these are 2 species, the black kite and the house crow. These are 2 species that are largely urban-centric. Some species groups, just an accumulation, a quick snapshot for you to get a sense of what we do. So we've got mammals there. We've got mammals and reptiles and birds, and there's a mix at the end. Let's focus on birds, right? And internally in the team, Madhav and I were just chatting about it. The team likes to use the word aves for some reason because it gives it a certain distinction. Here's a snapshot of some data, and we've collated some of this data in a way that is right now friendly for us and this conversation. This set goes back to 2023. We're largely going to focus on a set that goes from 2017 to 2023, and this is up to August. So that's about half the year, and we still have a long way to go. So let's start here with this little picture. The year of the pandemic is where it really dropped, of course. But what's most, what you can observe most is this dramatic spike that's happened here, right? And we expect this number to be far more. We believe in a city like Bangalore, we should be doing this year, we'd like to hit about 6,000 rescues, and we do have a goal So building awareness is a very important part of this process. Can we attribute some of this to the pandemic? So a couple of stories. We had, during the pandemic, during the first lockdown, a little after that, about September, we had a few calls, we had a few emails coming in concerning bats. I've got bats right outside my balcony. What do I do? Am I prone to disease? A natural fallout from all the information that we were fed during that time. There were conversations about should I even cut the tree down. It's so, what affects me a lot is this very happy trend. So while we had a little bit of that and it was a great concern, we're really happy to see that the number of calls has dramatically shot up and people saying, hey look, there's an injured animal, is there something we can do about it? Total rescues by month. So we broke that information down to see if there's a monthly trend, and there's clearly a monthly trend. So right there, March, April and May is where there's a dramatic spike. A lot of this has to do with birds, right? With birds of certain types. We'll explore some of those types as we progress. By contrast, when it comes to snakes, the spectacled cobra spike is here, right? That's a dramatic number as well. Just the spectacled cobra. That's because it's hatchling season sooner, just before that, just after the rains. The highest rescue numbers by species for that period of time. The black kite remains very, very large, and as we progress, I'll tell you a little more about it. And barn owls, again, an important species for us in this conversation, and the barbet. And these are things that we will discuss. We broke down, of course, all the information that we have by reason. What are the causes for these rescues? Why are they happening? The word displaced really refers to a bird not being in what we can pin down as being its natural habitat. There's a sense of discomfort. We're not sure. It's very different from a snake, right? We know that when we get a call for a snake, we're not just rescuing the snake, we're rescuing the people from the snake. In the case of a bird, it's a little different. There is a genuine concern. People are saying, hey, look, I see an injured bird. In some cases, a bird that's decided to sit in someone's balcony, largely due to dehydration or starvation, which is which is quite an important aspect given seasonality changes, right? After displacement, injured, what we just marked that down as being injured, which is apart from manja, and that distinction is a very important distinction because the manja strikes that happen are quite enormous. You will see a little bit of that as well. In this group of displaced, there is a very large fledgling number, right? And the word fledgling I'm using right now a little loosely. It's from what we might call neonate, from a neonate stage, which is just hatched, to when down feathers have started sprouting, to what is largely a subadult stage when they're about to experience flight. We will explore birds through the 4 R's first. Yeah? And of course, to punctuate this, I've used other animals. And here we have a pangolin. There is a word, synorbization. It was urbanization was brought down to synorbization, which is the ability of an animal to settle into an urban ecological landscape. It's an important word, and it represents some of the research that has happened. This goes back to 2004. Since that time, though, there haven't been as many studies around urban wildlife, and that's important, an important conversation to have with academia, with researchers, with a lot of people into wildlife. The way our city is growing, there's a lot that is required, and this story gives you some sense of it. Sorry. Yes. So, most concern is displaced, rescues because of displacement, injured, and of course injured along with Manja. But what's of larger concern is the dramatic number increase. Now, while we could pin this down to a ratio of the overall numbers, when you actually look at the data, it's not so. I won't get into details because it's quite a lot to talk about. But the sense clearly is that when there is development, there's only going to be a larger number of rescues that are bound to happen. It's a story I tell a lot. There's a little hospital just outside London, and they do 12,000 rescues, urban wildlife rescues a year. We're a far cry from that, but the amount of development that's happening is dramatically more. So we really should be getting a lot more. This was shot a few years ago. A small little, what we call a lake, a kere, in and around Koramangala. And so we got a call from one of the residents in that apartment complex saying, look, I think there are a few birds there. Could you come and take a look? And so we did. That's part of our rescue team out there. And what they're really looking for is a little grebe. And so we got a few of those, but there were a whole bunch that were obviously not rescued. Now this is a case of let's develop the lake. So let's develop the lake, but the eye for wildlife simply does not exist. Did not exist in that case, and I still think we have a long way to go. So while the idea is to clean up the lake and make it more homogenized for what we may call coexistence, we do have a lot of casualties. So our recommendation to citizens, groups, corporates of different kinds, builders as well, is call us. Before you're going to develop a property, there's nothing that can prevent you from doing it if you are legally bound to do that. Call us and we'll help. We'll help save the wildlife that occupies that area. Another cause is, of course, superstition, right? So parakeets, a lot of parakeet confiscations that have happened. And here's a sense of, you see what's happened with the tail, right? Being cooped up in a little cage for so long. Tail feathers are completely bent. For bird lovers, a little bit of caution. There might be some images that you're not quite happy with, a little distressing, but it tells us about the hurt that's going on. And I hope we can take from that. To give you a sense of differences between three types of species, right? So we've got reptiles, mammals, and birds. Like I said, the spectacled cobra is largely that. Now, a spectacled cobra needs about a square, its territory is about a square kilometer, typically. So when they are pushed, they are moving out. So when there's hatchling season, it's inevitable that they're going to spread out a little more. The barbet we'll talk about at length, and the short-nosed fruit bat, a lot of human-induced injury. A slight digression from birds, but an important point. We've lately been getting reports of injured deer from the Turali forest in and around that area. Some of these are due to bites from feral dogs, feral dog packs, right, that have entered that little fringe forest of ours and are essentially hunting down the deer, chasing down the deer, nipping them. And so that's what we have. And you can see puncture wounds. And these are largely dog hits. So feral animals are one of the big causes. And that's one of the number under injured. A shikra, of course, but we've had 105, I think, 105. When we get a call for a rescue and we go in, the first question is, what's happened, right? And so we have a lot of observation. The rescue team, they have a sheet to fill out, and they're trying to figure out what led to this call and where did it come from. We have to look at two sides. We have to look at the informer side, the human side, and what's their story, his story, her story. We also have to look at it, and of course, the side of the animal. And so we have a rescue team that examines the animal at length. When the animal is taken back, on several occasions, the animal is found to be just dehydrated or entangled in a net. They check for injury, they check for shock, a certain kind of trauma. On some occasions, the animal is released right there, which is conceivably its natural habitat because it was found there. When the animal comes to the center, the first thing the veterinarian does is take a close look at it. Right, so here we have a heron. Wings are being examined very carefully. At first glance, an examination of the leg, the eyes, the beak, the tongue, important things. Things that we would do when a doctor would do for us as well. A quick look at some of the facilities that we have on campus, and I really invite you all to the campus. Ulhas, Karthik, Bijoy have all been to the campus recently, and we'd love to show you around at any point in time. This is part of, this is the surgery space, X-ray, and there's a little bit of pathology work that happens as well. Radiographs or X-rays are very important in figuring out what's gone wrong. And a lot of injuries that we get are damaged wings or damaged legs. Radiotherapy happening, radiation therapy happening, sorry. An owl that had ticks, and once the ticks were removed, a little bit of heat applied. A blue-capped rock thrush with a little fungal infection. Another owl, at that time called the Great Indian Horned Owl, with an eye infection. Quite bad, but the owl did recover. One of the practices, one of the things we have no choice, we have no choice in developing some practices of our own, because a lot of the animals, especially small birds, while there are technical veterinary books on small animals, there's just not enough for every single species. So while we can arrive at some conclusions by logic and by experience, some practices we have to develop. Here's acupuncture on a snake. A cracked turtle shell with titanium screws to put the shell back together, run over by a car. something that we're doing right now, closed toes, right? Displaced, slight displacement there. And to be able to, so the bird can really not stand, and that maybe it could be genetic, but in some cases it's a fracture that hasn't healed properly. We create a little shoe for the bird, and so here you have two examples. The black-headed ibis was released a little while ago, actually. A cormorant with a broken leg, and that healed too. A slightly distressing image, but a lot of the work is also very hardcore surgery. So here you have a broken wing, right? So it's actually the bone that holds the wing together. And here's an X-ray of the little crack, and that's an intermedullary pin that's been inserted. And that's the bird after it's been healed. So do you know which bird this is? Anyone? A vulture. Anyone else? You're close, it was a raptor. So that's correct, and that's an example of some of the veterinary work that's going on at the wildlife hospital. So we get to see birds in a very different way, right? It's there's a sense of compassion, but there's a strong sense of professionalism. What do I have to do to treat this animal? And so we are sometimes oblivious to the beauty of the animal, and we're just focusing on the problem. Here, though, this is perhaps one of the most distressing things, and it's only grown year after year. What we call as a campaign, kite versus kite. Manja, right? We do have kite flying season, and that's a big deal. And this is only Bangalore. We can only imagine what's going on. For those of you who've watched that documentary, will have a sense of what's going on in other parts of the country, but it's obviously massive, right? So this is just one case, and we have hundreds like this coming in. Not just for kites, that was a black kite, but for owls as well, and for other kinds of birds. So one of the things that we do is what we call imping, right? So imping is the act of adding a feather. So this is an artificially attached feather. Now, primary feathers, secondary feathers, wing on the wing, and tail feathers, there is an opportunity for them to grow. So the feather that is added on at some point will fall off. Feathers, by and large, then are therefore very important, right, for the veterinary work. And while we're not allowed to collect feathers, there are occasions where we do need one. And sometimes it goes wrong as well, visually, like with this roller, right? But you have a happy bird, and the bird is free, and this bird was released. We've had a couple of Egyptian vultures, visitors to our center. This was not too long ago, actually, 2021. You can see that here. And Colonel Nawaz Sharif, who's our chief vet, he was on the spot and he examined the bird. And that bird just needed, there is a story behind it, but it needed not too much. There was, though, however, another case with a fractured wing. And that took quite a long time to heal. First, we had the vulture that was plucking out the bandage and was doing it ever so often, and finally we had to improvise and make a collar, similar to what is used with dogs today. But then, yes, we successfully released that bird as well. Rehabilitation, the third R, if you remember. The first act of rehabilitation is feeding, right? So, to be able to figure out if the bird can feed on its own. This is the intermediate stage. It's technically, medically recovered. Can it then survive in the wild? And that's the question. So to answer that question, there are a few things that we have to really check. The first is feeding, and here you have, did I miss that? It's a white eye, right? It's a nice little clip. You can see the tongue moving in and out, right, of the tailor bird. Is that a sunbird? Okay. And here you have the iora, right? Just watch this. You'll get a sense of what's going on. This is early stages, right? So you've got one bird that is figuring it out, and you've got a second bird that hasn't really figured it out yet. And so it takes a while. This is what we call the fledgling stage. Right? And so there you have the worm actually drop off. And so while we have all of that happening, we also have cases where the bird is old enough, but still unable to feed for itself or do a variety of things. And so there's a lot of creativity and inspiration required to make all of this happen. And here with this sunbird, we tried with a hibiscus flower and then slowly graduated into taking petals from a different kind of flower, and then it started working. We actually had a situation where, unfortunately, we don't have a video, where we had the bird completely into the flower. One of the concerns is, in order to be able to feed, look for food on its own, we cannot have it rely on a human hand, right? The idea of imprinting happens quite early. So here we have a kite, and we've developed a prosthetic head, tantamount to what its parent might look like. Feeding, and we facilitate feeding. And that enables it to identify a parent, a potential parent. This is a case where we had a young one fallen off a nest, but it was injured, so we needed time to nurture it back to health. But during that time, it's obviously dependent on a human hand. And so to be able to put it back into the nest, this was required. On the left, you see the fish just lying there quietly, right? So a water bird needs to feed properly as well. And that's what's happened here. And it took a little time for it to then figure out that it had to spot a moving fish, and then it had to pluck it out of the water. This hoopoo, you'll notice, while it plucks out that little mealworm, it walks around and really doesn't know what to do with it, right? So typically if you watch, you'll see some of them banging the worm to still it for a moment and then gobble it up. So this is early days, and it took a little while before it figured out what it needed to do. Now here's a nice little clip. It's one of the lighter moments that we get to enjoy because we're up close with the animals. And while you're watching it, I started off as a volunteer along with my daughter. And this is what I wanted to do. I got distracted and got into many other things. A bit like the kingfisher that got its worm stolen. But then it learns, and it learns fast, doesn't it? Picks up a worm and dashes off. The second aspect of rehabilitation is building instinct, right? And for that we need to develop habitats. For certain species, it calls for a lot of space. For some, it really doesn't. For these civets, these young civets, we did create a habitat for them. For this jackal as well. And this jackal was rescued from a family that was actually keeping it because of the superstition that it's good to look at a jackal when you wake up in the morning. It gives you luck. They finally realized that they really couldn't deal with it because it was, its wild instincts were obviously at a peak given the way it was being treated. So we had to figure out how to get it to be able to hunt again. And so one of our very large enclosures, we constructed dens and mock hills and spaces that are irregular. We'd also have some of the team go in and move it around, move the rocks around, move these logs around so that it would feel a little new. And then introduce it slowly to live feed so that it could hunt again. And that's a reviving of that instinct in particular, which is really very important. We've had one of these as well, a couple of them. And so the things I'm pointing out to you are really not the animals, but what's behind and around, right? So again, you've got a structure made out of logs completely, parts of a tree. This is a barn owl enclosure that we had decided we'd cordon off. So you actually have netting here because they just needed to be able to figure out how to fly again. Here's a white-cheeked. There's one very interesting moment you see right there where it rubs the side of its bill against the bark. That's a sign that it's really getting back to normal. Flight training, as I mentioned with the barn owl, is a very important part of rehabilitation. And we need a significant amount of space. We're in the process of hopefully developing a center like this, a space like this, which allows for circular flight, and we can observe the animal at length. When we're doing something like this, it requires a lot of attention to detail. We need to have understood much more about the animal as a species. Now, it's often, of course, a lot of the reports, a lot of the studies that we have are based on the animal out in the wild. Unfortunately, it's observation, it's practical knowledge, a little bit of hearsay and logic that enables us to figure out what we need to do when it's in an urban setting. The mesh, for example, what would we use for the mesh? Are they used to mesh? What kind of paint needs to be on that mesh? There are a lot of considerations that go into designing a space like this. Juveniles, that entire group again, like I said, we get a pretty large number. So right from a very early stage, we have small incubators, of course, where we can keep them. At that stage, which is really, really, really very, very young, to then slightly older. This kind of head movement is a healthy sign, and that's what we look for when it reaches a certain age. Now we'll slowly progress into talking about some species and some data, more so. Don't look too hard, but this particular peak here is the obvious, easy thing to spot, with what we call the fledgling, which is really what you see there. And that's connected to kite breeding season, right? Just after, when they are falling out of the nest, and we think a lot of it has to do with displacement, because kites are typically making their nests in trees. Not so much like a barn owl, which is today occupying little niches in buildings. When you look at other birds, overall, the kite number sort of skews data because the number is so large, right? It's 1/3 of the entire number, a little less than 1/3 of the entire number. You've got a lapwing there. Here we see a slightly different trend, but again there's a peak during this period, right? The April, May, June period. The spring-summer period that we experience here. We are seeing changes already. In the last 2 years have skewed some of these trends. Here's a family of barn owls. These are just pictures for consumption. And this is a nice story because we had this pair, and unfortunately imprinting got too strong, for a while, and it took a very long time before we could actually release these birds. Releases again happen at 2 levels. There's what we call a soft release. So the environs. Here you have Dr. Madhav, one of our vets, releasing a cockle. Just a moment. That's Dr. Nawaz Sharif, our chief vet. The animal going back. if you really think about it. So we are so inspired. Black Panther, yes. So when we look at, we put that into the background for the next few slides. We look at a couple of species, one species in particular for what we call our wetlands, our little lakes. 4%, and just 4% is the percentage that we get for wetland species, which to us is really too small a number because of the water bodies that we have, and we know of the work that's going around in and around these water bodies. You know that bird down at the bottom? A crake. We looked at herons and we said, let's take one for the purpose of the conversation with you. We took one species, and Madhavi worked on a lot of the data, putting it together. And we took the group of herons together from 2017, and we put some of that data together. A quick look at the total rescues by year. Right? And so that includes 4 species here. Dramatic jump in 2022. We do have a little bit of a gap, but we're wondering why that really happened. And so we went back and we're trying to figure out, were there many lakes that were run over, encroached upon? We unfortunately don't have a lead on that. Maybe those are areas that we'd like some help on, and we'll talk about that later. Going by month, and there you see that spike again, and that's a very clear trend, which is again representative of the breeding season. 26% are pollinator species. Now, you actually think about it, when you include bees and butterflies as part of the pollinator ecosystem, almost everything around us has been naturally pollinated. So to not have pollinators would be disastrous for us. Pollinators include seed dispersers, anything that plucks a fruit and potentially transfers that seed. And the one on the left? My goodness, okay. At that age, I had no clue. Still don't. And the one on the right? It's an oriole. Birds that have been with us in and out. Our focus is the barbet because we do have a decent amount of information. Here's one, of course, with a bandaged leg, slightly bent and broken, but recovered. So total rescues, again, massive, massive, massive spike. Now, barbets typically nest in trees, in cavities, largely trees. So again, we are attributing this to, because they need to form the nest. That behavior does not seem to have changed. They need to form the nest. So occupying an existing cavity in an urban space, we don't get too many reports of those, largely from trees. And so the spike in rescues, perhaps tree felling as well. Break it down by month, again we see a spike, and this trend exists for almost all species, but with barbets there's also a lot of dehydration cases that are happening for some reason. When you break it down by age, right, and we're looking at it in a completely different way, so you need to look at the little bar on the left. Yeah, the biggest spike is the fledgling, right? And again, it's during this time. So just to juxtapose that against this, and you see that that's the primary cause. But what's interesting is the adult, and that's the starvation, dehydration bit. What do you notice here? Actually cut flight feathers. Quite an awful thing for a bird. Which brings us to why. When it comes to barbets, the number of injured actually not so much. Displacement is the largest, right? But when we juxtapose displacement with starvation, dehydration, we have to make a decision on what's happened. When our rescuer goes in, they're looking at, is there a nest close by? There's an observation. They're spending time. They're talking to the people who call them in to attribute true cause. So a lot of the time the data is mired in a certain kind of, a certain lack of clarity, but there is basic data. This is really interesting because it gives you a slightly different picture. Fledgling is the highest, but by ratio, you see where it is here, by ratio dramatically shot up in 22-23. So this is not a number factor, this is a ratio factor, right? There's a very large gap now. So have adults. So the barbet species as a whole, we're seeing a lot of disturbance for some reason, and we can possibly attribute it to a whole bunch of other species of a similar nature. 65% are pest and disease controllers, and those are hygiene controllers in the city. Very, very important ones. We're going to take a quick look at the barn owl. About 3,000 rodents is what a family of 5 needs. Right? So we get, because barn owls have, there's superstition connected. Please, you have a question. There are quite a few that eat rodents, and I think we're happier for them. But yes, you're probably right, but I don't have the answer to that. There's a lot of superstition connected to barn owls, and it's unfortunate that that supersedes the benefits that barn owls offer. 2023, we're halfway down, and we will perhaps see a larger number. When you go by month, again, we have a trend, right? The thing with the barn owl trend is it's not as consistent as we think it is, because the age groups differ from one year to the next. So we don't have, none of the information that we have really can be used as empirical information, right? These are observations, these are impressions that you get. Juxtapose this against, how many of you knew of PFA Wildlife Hospital before you heard that we were doing this conversation, we were having this conversation? So that's less than 50% of the audience. And that's the problem with where we are at. The awareness is so low. We have a long way to go. So the numbers will be, they don't give us a real sense of the population or what's going on. But it's an impression nonetheless, because there are 3 organizations in Bangalore that are doing this. By reason, here there's a flip, right? The number of injured are far more than the displaced. And that's because a lot of barn owl habitats are urban structures. But the number of injured are very, very high. A again for a variety of reasons. So owl captivity and trading was made illegal in 1972, but the practice still continues, and there's a lot of it going on. And this applies to all the owls that we have, and these are the owls that we have received at the center. We used to have, and I hope it's always in the past tense, we do have, just to add to that, we do have certain enclosures which are for lifetime, because you either have an electrocution, they are definitely unable to manage themselves in the wild, and so they are lifetime guests. Okay, can you identify the one at the bottom? Okay, he should be doing this instead of me. A quick snapshot at some of the other raptors that we have. White-eyed buzzard. Okay. One migratory species, just a small snapshot, is the Indian pitta. So I happen to be part of an Indian pitta rescue, which happened on this terrace just outside a gym. And it was just sitting there immobile, wings out, and not very far away from it was a cat. So it was a really tight call, so I quickly darted in and picked it up. That's one of our other big problems, feral cats. But pitta rescues in general, what's important, of course, is seasonality, not so much numbers. But we know that during the migratory season, when they're coming down to us here, south, there will be a number. A lot of it has to do with, unfortunately, the starving dehydration number for pittas compared to similar types of species is slightly higher. Sense of displacement, of course, because it's unfamiliar surroundings, but as opposed to the wilderness, where there's a homogeneity in the natural landscape, in a city like Bangalore, there is no such. Right? The city is changing so rapidly. There's always something new happening. Just down to the last few. There is a statistic concerning mutations in urban environments. They happen twice as fast as the non-urban ones. For somebody more interested in the science, a quick snapshot is something that you can take with you. It does require a little more of a conversation. Neophilia is an interesting word. It's the trait animals display to which is representative of its curiosity, right? Exploring a new space. Things for you to do and things for you to not to do, things for you to think about, things for you to talk about. More plants. When trimming a tree, check if there are animals on it, if there are nests on it. Fumigation, night lights are key pollutant killers, not good for us. Keep feral animals away, of course. Summer's very, very important, and we have a changing summer season, so please put out bird baths and feeders. Small plastics are bad, especially the one with the, just pointing that out, right, with the milk packet, the little bit at the end. And most importantly, that's our helpline number. Call us if you see an animal in distress. We have this picture. We know there's a lot going on. We know that the rules of conservation that are talked about are largely in context of the wilderness, and that needs to change. We hope there's some action there that can happen. We're looking to partner with universities or individuals to be able to institute studies for urban wildlife. I'll leave you with this little clip. A slender loris that we found. That's curator there who founded, chief curator and rehab specialist, and that's the release of the slender loris. A beautiful animal, quite endangered, but still lives in pockets in and around Bangalore. One of the best places to save wildlife is not just in the wilderness, but in the cities, and that's Sir David Attenborough. Thank you. Didn't expect it to cross over. Please visit our social media pages, follow us, reach out. We are a volunteer-driven organization too. We have a lot of volunteers coming in over the weekends. They get to work with the animals. They get to experience some of the animals that we otherwise only looking at through a camera lens. Get in touch. Thank you very much, and thank you, Vilas, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Nagesh and Madhavi, for that insightful talk on how animal rescue is important, particularly with regard to birds. Just a few days back, woodpecker chick was found in one of the gardens of Bangalore. People didn't know what to do, and they just put it in one enclosure and it died. So I thank you again. A small token of our appreciation.
Switch it on.
Talk about timelines, and we'll go really fast.
Hey guys, you want to come here? You want to come here? Okay, ನಿಮಗೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ತೋರಿಸ್ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಇಲ್ಲ ಕನೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ, ಬಟ್ ಇಟ್ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ಅನ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟೆಂಡೆಡ್ ಮಾನಿಟರ್. ಏನು ತೋರಿಸ್ತಾರೆ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ Yeah, we are having the quiz prelims right now. Those of you who are in search of a partner, please let us know, and we will be able to help you with others who are looking for partners. Yeah.
I don't know if you swipe.
Somebody suggested that we make an app, swiping right and left. One of the quiz masters here. But anyway, please, one of you needs to have a smartphone to participate in the quiz, because the quiz answer sheet also is online, and you need to enter an online form, which we'll put up right now. But then whoever is participating, is there anybody who's looking for a partner? Okay. There are 3 people here, so you can partner up. Is there anyone else looking for a partner? 4th person. Okay. Yeah, there's one more person. Oh, there are 5 now. Okay, 5 people looking for partners. 2 per team. 2 per team.
Sound is playing.
Yeah, those who are looking for a partner, why don't you move to the end of the room, to the back of the room?
Not connected.
Why don't you move to the back of the room, those who are looking for a partner? I'll let you guys figure it out.
Click on that. You didn't bring the attached audio file is not come. I can link it. Go to the drive. No, it's much easier. Just go to Google Drive.
I'll go to the drive. Hold on. I'll just switch on my hotspot. Do you have a hotspot? Yeah, you can
Go ahead. No, we will give the URL and that will.
No, registration is the front desk.
No, don't worry. We'll give them the URL.
This Swami, he knows how to register. He's been registered.
Do we need to? No. So online, just put in our mails, the team email.
So what? Fine. Hey, don't worry.
It appears that there are few people who want to still register for the quiz. The quiz masters will put out an URL. You can go there, put your team's name, and then participate in the quiz. Okay? But you should have a smartphone.
Call them. Whoever is participating, call them.
They are participating. People are hungry. It's true. It's okay.
No, we can go to the present.
I know. If you want to set up, we go to present. So that what's coming next? There is another one. There's interview. Mistake. Not do this. We just need to practice. Okay. Go to the next slide.
Okay, you can advance it here.
Okay, that's much better. No. It's stay on this. Shall I start making the announcements?
Yeah, you can use this for this.
Okay, as it was done last year, your quiz is going to be online, and you need only one mobile phone connected to the internet for one team. We don't want you to Google the other with other phones. Yeah. So we'll try to do this as fast as possible so that you can go and grab lunch. Those who are not taking part in the quiz and are not interested and are feeling hungry, please feel free to walk out and have your lunch. Okay, so here are the questions. I think I'll hand it over to Bijoy.
Okay. Thanks, Shamal. Yeah, just a moment. Okay, just pay attention to this next slide. And that is the URL at which you can enter the answers. Okay, so this is an online form. Just take a look at all the rules. Teams of 2, one connected smartphone. I think we've already gone over that. We have a prelims round consisting of 20 questions. And hopefully we'll have 6 finalists at the end of it. And then, so I hope you fixed all your network issues, etc., because this is the only tech-intensive part where the tech investment is needed from your side. Okay, so scan this, you can scan the code, or you can go to the URL. It's a simple URL, birdday.in/quiz. And that's where we begin. So enter all of the details there that you see, your team name, the names of the individual team members, and the mobile phone, question is only not to trace you and send you a spam later. We'd like to, but we don't have the time. Okay, so that's just to identify you in case you qualify. In the rare event that you qualify. Okay, great. So, you may not have too much time, so pay attention to the question numbers. The question numbers are going to be displayed prominently. Okay, and this is feedback from the last time. We got a lot of stuff on our face which looked remotely like it came out of the back end of a bird. Okay, great. And one last question. This is not, if you're expecting multiple choice questions, the lunch outside is very tasty. Okay, you have choice there. Here you don't. It's an open quiz, which means direct wiring to this part. Shall we begin? Everyone ready to start? So, okay, great. First question coming up. Okay, all teams registered. Are you in the form? Okay, and if you know the answer, this is very important. Don't blurt it out. We sometimes get into a state of social service, but today just sort of in suspension, please. Okay, first question coming up. Hey, blank slate. Identify this bird. Okay, moving to the next question. Question 2. Okay, this is interesting in a sense. The global swine flu epidemic in 2009 inspired a literally game-changing business decision. And this created a very successful entertainment franchise. What is the name of this franchise? Franchise, entertainment, something that you do for entertainment. Oh, that's just natural these days. Troll management. Okay, question 3. This is also found in turtles, a few species of mammals, and most non-avian dinosaurs. And this is an anatomical structure that is formally known as the rostrum. In birds, what is it commonly called? Okay. We'll move on. I hope no one's having trouble with the form. Everyone's okay with the form? Okay. Next question. Okay, this picture here depicts this wood nymph in Greek mythology. Okay, and the vocal cords of birds are named after, they take the name of this wood nymph. Now the thing with the wood nymph is the nymph is being pursued by this amorous Greek god. Children, look away. So this Greek god also is some sort of a musician. So the name of this nymph is what is given to the vocal cords of birds. Okay, what is the term? We just want the term. Yeah? The term for the vocal cords of birds. There's a big fat clues in there, jumping around with horns. Okay, next question coming up. We have question 5. Now this is this part of the bird's digestive system is used to store food temporarily, and it goes by a word that sounds like something photo editors do. Okay, sitter. I mean, this is the kind of question that makes sure that you survive the quiz with at least 1 point to your name. And next question. A little slower? A little slow? Okay. Do you want me to go back to the previous question? Okay. Used to temporarily store food, this part of a bird's digestive system goes by a word that sounds something like something that photo editors do. Okay? Moving on to the next question, which you've already seen, so. Isn't this the next question? Oh, it is. Okay. In 2022, the body of the former chairman of Tata Sons, Cyrus Mistry, was cremated, and this form of this funerary ritual was in contravention to a tradition observed by the community to which he belonged. Now, which global event, which is of significance to ornithologists, may have necessitated this shift from tradition? Okay? There are some people giving me unhappy looks. There's dessert outside if you want to. Okay? Next question? Okay. Hey, troll. You're not. Atomic clock, huh? Yeah. The stress and tension are part of the experience. I didn't say this was going to be hospitable. The hospitality is outside. Only the phone is smart. Okay. All right. We are on question 6. Moving to question 7. Okay. Collective noun. A caste, soar, or tower is a collective noun for which kind of birds? So people have come to watch now and they all have murderous looks in their eyes. But that is not a clue. What is this? Audio. Thank you. Question 7. We are on question 7. Moving to question 8. Yeah? This is question 8. We had an interesting talk prior to this where some feathers were shown. Now those were flight feathers. Flight feathers are used for flight. What kind of feathers give smoothness and shape to a bird's body? What kind of feathers give smoothness and shape to a bird's body? Okay? With your consent, which I detect among you, I shall move to the next question. This person, who was much more than an ornithologist, has a lot of things named after him. Name one bird that's named after this person. Now, what you see is part of a postage stamp. We've cut off the bottom. So if you've ever collected stamps, you probably have one like this in your collection. All clues in the picture, its lifespan, etc. You can name, wife, second cousin, works. It's all in the family. Next. Okay, in this paper that was published in the Journal of the Bombay Natural History Society, the author is referring to which place near Bangalore? So the author is known for something, and which is what is represented in the picture. Which place is this that he's talking about? Is it legible? Can you see what is being shown here? Yeah. If not, you can just step up a little if you want it. There are trees and birds. Trees, birds, and in between there's a number. Next question coming up. Agonized cries from the crowd. Next. My fellow quizmasters is like a coach. Okay, now we're going to try and play this, and hopefully it'll play. Oops, what is that? What does this work? Yes, it'll play now. It's playing, but it's not. Okay, we'll play that again. Cable's connected. Can you hear that? Is there any way to jack up the volume? Yeah? Hear that? Not part of the call. Okay? Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Okay, moving to the next question. Must have seen this book growing up. The author of this popular children's booklet has recently been called the first lady of Indian ornithology. What's her name? Okay? Quick one, no? Hey there. We have a sympathizer here in the audience. Can we move him to the back, please? See, I like. Yeah? Okay, this bird, okay, once commonly seen inside the city in scrub and grassland, is now mostly consigned to the outskirts. It's named after this gentle looking person on the left. What's his name? Okay. Next question. Next question. So, which bird is being talked about here? Okay. This bird, which is commonly seen in our city, is described here as a global invasive species. It means wherever it's found elsewhere, this is what it does. It's considered an environmental pest, and it competes with other birds and spreads invasive weeds. And there is a recommendation by the the invasive species specialist group about how to control this bird. Common bird seen in Bangalore, should be easy. Okay? It doesn't take very long to type also. So I'm moving to the next. Okay, we are on question 14. We have 6 to go. All right? Okay, next question. Question 15. Okay. What is the bird that's shown in the picture? Identify the bird, write down the name of the bird. If you know the scientific name, even better. Impress us. But Okay? Next question. I can see some accusing looks from some people. Yeah. I'll live for this, yeah. Next question. Question 16. There's a subspecies of a bird that breeds in southern India and Sri Lanka. And recently it was elevated to a full species. And a common name was suggested that includes the word or the name Hanuman. What bird are we talking about? Yes, you know the answer. Keep it to yourself. India, Sri Lanka, Hanuman. Okay? Question 16. We move to the next question. We may have 4 questions to go coming up. Okay, this is a simple one for all of you experts. What is a feather in this stage of development called? Take a good look. It looks like something, not necessarily this bird, but a lot of other birds have it. Most birds do. Should be easy to type. Okay, moving to the next one now. Yeah, moving to question 18. Okay, again, I will need the assistance of Roger Waters. Sound true? Okay. All of you heard that? You play it another time for your listening pleasure. Okay, great. That would have been a sitter. Okay, this again is there to save face, huh? And next question coming up. This sweet old lady here. And a bird whose common name is derived from an Old English word. Old English in caps. Huh? Meaning to sing. Not a word we use anymore, unless some of you do. What's the connection between this lady and the word which is used to name? It's the name of a bird. Okay? Last question. The decider. Okay, there's an Oscar-nominated film, All That Breathes, and it follows the true story of 2 brothers in Ghaziabad who nurse back to health injured birds which are rejected by Jain hospitals because their practice of ahimsa does not allow feeding meat to these carnivorous birds. Which birds are featured most prominently in this film? This is question 20. We'll give you about 2 minutes to collect your wits and check all your answers. There are pleas of mercy. Can someone just attend to, please? No. I didn't say euthanize. Okay, that was the last question. So we've cut it down to 20 from 30. Yeah, thank you too. Huh? Less work for the trolls. Thank you.
Make sure that you submit the form, not clear the form.
Yes, submit the form and the rest will be done by AI, right? But now it is time for lunch, so lunch is ready. You can go and enjoy the lunch. In the meanwhile, we'll look at the results and then announce the finalists.
Yeah, there's a streaming link to you. Here, the whole quiz is recorded.
The answers will be put out after you come back from lunch, before the finals anyway.
Just make sure you
Yeah, make sure that you press the submit button.
No late submissions, please.
It will be disabled shortly.
In another 1 minute.
That's very easy. Okay, we would have. I'll check it. They're checking it. Can you check if Falro answers are yeah?
Had your lunch?
They have to find. No. Tabulate. Last time they didn't even have lunch, so this time. Hey, by the way, why do you allow? Why do you allow such?
I didn't allow my gate crash. Talk ಏನೋ But answer is
Okay, here are the.
Okay, here are the finalists. So, nice names. So, okay, so you see 7 names, but we'll have to be a fight for the finish between 3 teams, I think, that have got the same score. So we'll have a tiebreaker, and then one team will have to cede their place.
Yeah, while we wait for the tiebreaker to happen, we have a small movie which has been done by some students. They're also here. Are they here? Uh-huh. Yeah, I would like to call on the stage the students from media sciences, media studies. Okay, Riya, Anjali, Nandita and Nidhi. They've made a small movie, short movie on the bird watching community in Bangalore. So they've taken the interest, gone out, met people and done this. So we're going to play that. Before that, would you like to introduce the movie?
Hi everyone, I'm Riya. This is Nandita, Anjali and Nidhi. We are team... Thank you. We are work in progress, and like Ulasa mentioned, we're 4 media students. We started work in progress as a page to document organizations that are intervening in infrastructure problems in Bangalore. So we focus on them and the solutions that they implement to solve these issues in the civic space.
Last month we received a grant from Bangalore International Center that were looking for stories from the city.
And we chose to do a story on the bird watching and nature education community in Bangalore because we wanted to do a story on communities that come together because they share a love for something and also because we are curious about birds.
Over the last month, we have spoken to quite a few people that are here today, and we're hoping to speak to some more for an extended cut. As you will see, this is only 4.5 minutes long, and we had so much good information that people who we spoke to provided to us. So this is Word Lore. Please enjoy, and thank you so much for your support.
Initially led by Dr. Joseph George and Zafar Fateh Ali in 1972, the Informal Birdwatchers Field Club of Bangalore has been active for 50 years and sees people participate in group birdwatching across different green pockets of the city.
By 75, I had joined the birdwatching group. So that is how many years now?
Almost 50.
Yeah. Next year it will be 50. For every outing, Dr. George would put out postcards saying where we are meeting, when and all that. As he became older, he found it difficult and Harish took over. So we were always thinking of what to do because it was quite a serious, heavy amount of work. And it so happened that when I started working at IISc, I got an email account. So when email became free and accessible to public, a friend of mine suggested we could be having an email discussion group, and that was when I created BNG Birds.
We used to have a pair of red-headed merlin. We used to watch them hunt house sparrows every evening, and we would go on top of the friend's house and watch these sparrows, and they would catch. It's really fun to watch them. A lot of interesting. So that's a very, very reason why we named our nature club as the Malli Nature Club. We were a group of fellow college students who were keen on outdoors and going out for nature camps.
Most of it is voluntary here. Nobody charges any amount. I think it's the weather which attracts birds and the number of trees that we have.
In terms of birds itself, Bangalore is ideally placed. You have a mix of habitat, and with the changes in the landscape, the bird community has also changed. And today, even today, typically, if you go to any place like the place where we're here, you'll see about 30 different species without putting any effort. That's a nice thing. I don't think there are any equivalents of the birdwatching community in Bangalore, because the Bangalore birdwatching group, BNG Birds as we call it, has been one of the longest going group activities that is happening, at least in India, group birdwatching activities in India. And the nice thing about it is it's very open. You don't really need to be a member, you don't need to be a subscriber of something, or you don't need to be an expert.
We have a very good base of knowledgeable bird watchers who are willing to share their knowledge. It's a close-knit community, and we have a lot of resources here.
This is common knowledge amongst senior birders. The favorite spot should be the spot that you frequent, because you think your balcony has nothing, but actually it does. Wherever you are is the best. Discover that.
So I've seen the cowcul, koels and bulbuls, a lot of birds, and when we have many of the fruiting and flowering ones, you will find a lot of insect-eating birds like the cinerastids also coming and getting attracted.
I call bird watching the gateway drug. I also call it the Goldilocks sort of hobby, because it's not too tough but not too easy. I work with Early Bird, which is a project that strives to connect kids to nature through birds. And we do this through various ways. We create a lot of content on birds, Indian birds. We create posters, pocket guides, flashcards, games, activities, etc. We also work with educators to help them become bird educators. And we also do direct outreach. We do nature walks, we do direct workshops with kids to help them expand their journey of being a bird watcher. There's a huge disconnect between what's around us and what we know. Right? It creates this idea that wildlife exists somewhere far away. So that disconnect will never lead to ownership. And it's ownership that leads to control.
Yeah, can we have the filmmakers again here? Yeah, can we have a round of applause once more, please? Good work. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for sharing this.
So we have 7 teams who have qualified. There's a tiebreaker for the last 2 positions. So there are 3 people with equal score. So we'll have a tiebreaker round to start with. So the 3 teams who are in trouble, please come forward. They are SS, Yellowhammer, and what's the other one? SS, Yellowhammer, and
SS, Yellowhammer, and Swift.
And Swift. The answers are available on the same URL, which is birdday.in/quiz. You just have to refresh your page. Oh, you don't know the questions. Okay, it's a little.
You can go to use your phone and go to that.
No, it doesn't have the questions listed. Yeah. Yeah, so can the 3 teams come up on the stage? You can take any seats. We should have prepared this. Huh? Otherwise, if you think there are 3 questions from our lot, we'll just give it. No, I think we'll take note. Okay. Okay, so this was a slightly unexpected situation. We thought we'll at the most have 2 people tied at the end, but it's turned up to have 3. So 2 of you will go into the finals. 1 will be back in the audience. We have lots of questions for the audience, so it's not a bad idea. A small note on how we went about creating the questions. So 2 of us came up with questions, and then at some point we had to come up with some criteria for how it should be. So we decided that it should be, if possible, there should be clues in the question that you can work out the answer. Number 2, in some cases it should be possible for you to reason out the answer. If not, it should either fit 2 other categories. Either the answer should be entertaining, I mean the question and the answer, or it should be educative. And it was actually a difficult task finding lots of questions. Also, we needed to not repeat questions that we have used in the past. Yeah, so we hope that you will enjoy the questions as much as we enjoyed creating them. So just as in last year, there is also going to be 1 round of dumb charades. So you will be given a bird name, and 1 team member will have to act out the bird name for the other. So this is the entertainment round. It's actually got higher scores than the quiz. We have double scores for the dumb charades round. So because we didn't have the expectation of 3 teams coming in, we have to create 3 questions which are of a similar level of difficulty. So it's currently being prepared, okay, because the other questions are all of varying levels of difficulty. It would be unfair, yeah. Or the answers to the preliminary, yeah, I can do that. Let me see if I can.
Okay, yeah, we are ready with the questions for the tiebreaker, and good luck. As what is that they said to the gladiators? Morituri te salutant. Those about to die, we salute you. Okay. Present. So those are the teams. Okay. So what we have on stage is, put your hands up, Swift, SS, and Yellow Hammer. Good luck to you. Okay. So so the way this works is each of you gets a direct question. Does it pass? It doesn't pass. It passes. Okay, it passes. Mercy. Okay, so we'll start with, you are? Swift. Okay, we'll start with you. Your first question is this. Identify the bird in your picture and you answer it directly to me. And if anyone in the audience, please no prompting. Oh yes, I'll give you the mic. There must be a mic there. Yes, you have to tell the answer. The question passes.
Is it a tickle sleep warbler?
Okay. That's good. So you have a point there. You have a point on passing. Do they get how many points? Okay. Great. Next question is your direct question. The answer is the Tickle's leaf warbler. Next tiebreak question directly to you, SS. Identify the bird. Answer?
Egyptian vulture.
Question passes.
Himalayan griffon.
Question passes. No. Anyone in the audience? Yes, the answer is bearded vulture, Lammergeier.
Youngest person is what?
Okay, while the 5 stars are being distributed, we'll come back here. Last question is your direct question. And coming up now, identify the bird. No prompting from the audience.
Grey francolin.
Question passes to. Question passes. Question passes to SS. Take a shot.
Barred buttontail.
No. Audience? Yes, you guys should have been here. Yeah, painted francolin. So we have one scoring team, and they make it to the final. Right? Yeah, so we need a tiebreaker for the others.
You're in.
SS is in. We're going to make this difficult. Yeah, we don't have too many spares. We thought. Okay.
Okay, guys, let's just have one question.
This is going to be a direct question. We'll start with you. Okay. Just one question, no pictures. Okay. The female of the species is commonly known as reeve. R-E-E-V-E. What is the name given to the male, which is also the common name of the species? The female of the species is commonly known as reeve. The male goes by another name, which is also the common name given to the species. Okay? Okay. Okay, easy question. No smooth. Yeah.
Only rough answers.
Yeah, the answer is rough, by the way. Rough and reeve. Okay.
Can I take out this third slide, which is empty?
Okay, I have another question. This goes to you first. What is common to these four? Turkey, canary, phoenix, and pigeon. Turkey, canary, phoenix, and pigeon. What's common to these words? These birds? Is that your answer? Okay. Okay, passes. Excellent. They are names of places. Okay, so we have a qualifier. Thank you. Your team has qualified. Yellow Hammer has qualified. Thank you for participating and better luck next time. Okay? Which? Well, yeah, it's not the answer we were looking for. All right. Thank you. Yes, and we will now have the finalists on stage.
We have all the finalists. Okay, I'll do the first three. No, I think we will have a lot. Do we do 1 to 6 lots?
You can get water, refreshments, and any IV stand or anything you need.
We will do some lots. Yeah. If I can find some paper. One piece of paper is there. Paper is there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, it's easier to just. But this is becoming a habit, huh? Very bad habit. Yeah. Can you fold them up? I don't think we need a 6.
Let's move this way.
It's assumed.
If it passes from you, then you won't get a chance. Nothing will pass.
Okay, so the number.
If the audience wants to close in on the gladiators, you may do so now. Oh, you're in different teams, huh? Are you in different teams? Okay, so this is 1, 2. Hey, scoring.
I can help with the scoring.
Scoring ಮಾಡಬೇಕಲ್ಲ.
Hello.
ಲೈಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಆದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಕನೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಇನ್ನು ದೊಡ್ಡದು ಡಬಲ್.
What? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. First 3 rounds will be like this. Remaining 3 goes like this. Okay. So, where is Ullas? Ullas, can you set me up on the slides? It's on. This is it?
Yeah.
Next.
You're holding it.
Oh, the wrong way.
That goes next.
Okay. So here are the rules. There are 5 regular rounds and then there is a Damsharaj round. Bonus questions. If everything passes from here, it goes to the audience. We have chocolates. Okay, so get ready. They are doing it. 4, Madhavi. Your team? Trogan. Okay, are we all set? Are we all set? Scorers? Srinivas? Yeah. Yeah. Are we all set? Oh. No negatives. Okay, so the first round is a very wordy round. So the inaugural question is a pictorial one. So look at this picture. It is actually a scene supposed to be depiction of a scene from ancient Rome. You need to tell us what is happening in this scene. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It'll be far worse. Okay. No, no, we'll give it to you, the entire slideshow.
Total guesswork is the flight of the ravens.
The flight of the ravens is the Roman caption.
The Roman terminology.
Okay, we'll pass it on. Can we pass on the mic? Oh, okay. It does.
Hello. This works. That's not working. It's not working. Pass. Pass.
Pass.
Is the pigeon mail or something?
The pigeon mail.
Sending of letters through
Mail.
pigeons.
Okay, messages through pigeon. Good guess, but no.
Soothsaying, the flight of the birds.
Soothsaying. Well, that's close, but we will look for a better answer.
Migration.
So actually, you can look at this. There's another man with cover and all that, and who's covered. You can't be looking at doing migration like this.
I think there are 3 crows, so it's a murder of crow. They don't want him to die. That's why they've covered his face.
Audience. Yeah. Ancient bird watching expedition. Good try. Human sacrifice. No.
Oracle.
It's also very close.
Predicting events by seeing the way birds.
Yes, this is exactly the answer, but the correct word for it is augury, and the word inauguration. And when you say it augurs well, all these terms are derived from this ancient Roman practice. Soothsaying. Okay, we'll give five there. Okay, 5 points to team 4. Okay. Starts with team 2. Question to team 2. Okay. This bird family and the name of its order is derived from the Latin for buttocks and feet and refer to the placement of the feet at the end of the bird's body. Name the bird family.
Cormorant?
Cormorants, no. Very close. Anyway, next. Yeah. No. Okay. Passes on.
Merganser?
Merganser, no. That's duck family. Next.
Okay. Grebes?
Grebes. Yes, that's the answer. We should have asked the audience for the exact name. Okay. Next question to team number 3. The Malayalam name Tikaka or flame crow is an evocative name for which peninsular endemic? Yeah. Any guesses? You've running out of time.
Pass.
Yeah, pass. Team 4. Madhavi, you should know this. Malabar Trogan is the right answer. Okay. You need to speak it into the mic. Yeah, but yeah. It's also found in the central Indian belt. Okay, number 4, your direct question. This bird, Alcipe poiocephala, was formerly known by a common name that alluded to the plain attire of the members of a Christian sect known as the Society of Friends. What was the former name of this bird? Okay, any answer? Are you passing? Okay, passes on to team 5. You should know this. Oh my God.
Quaker tit babbler.
Yes, that is the Quaker babbler or Quaker tit babbler. Okay, so team, you get your direct question now. The onomatopoeic Sholiga name Guma refers to which large riverine forest bird?
Brown fish owl.
Perfect. It is indeed the brown fish owl. Okay. Yeah. Which team? Now it's your direct question. An early classification of birds assumed that God had created all the species and, he couldn't have done it at random. So he did it in sets of 5s. And those sets of 5s were nested in other sets of 5. And this system was followed by many of the early bird experts, including Jordan. What is this system called? Yes, 6. You can go for a guess.
This is a phenotypic
No, it's
classification system.
No, it's got a specific name. Okay, pass on.
Quinanian.
Quinarian is the right answer.
Okay.
Okay. So we have finished one round? Okay. So we are now on to...
Barbet with 5, Trogon with 15 and Vishesha with 10.
Okay, so we go on to round 2. Okay, this is going to be anatomy. It goes to team number 1. Which predatory bird has these feet with spiny soles adapted to capture its specialized diet? Yeah. Team 1. Yeah. Okay, are we done? No, I think we should go ahead. Lammergeier, no. Passes on to team 2. Mike, please.
We'll go with osprey.
Sorry?
Osprey.
Osprey is right. Okay, so it's team 2's direct question. Okay, look at this strange bird, but we are asking you not for any strange questions, but the name of that bone which is pointed by an arrow. What is the common name for this part of the bird's skeletal structure?
The breastbone.
The wishbone. Yes, it is indeed the wishbone. You said breastbone? Oh my God. Okay. It is actually called the wishbone. For bonus marks, can anyone answer why it is called that? You get the lucky break. So everybody knows this. Oh my God.
We know all the surrounding information.
Okay, what do we do?
It will be your question.
Yeah.
No, but you have to, one second, you have to repeat that, right? Because it was, I mean.
So they don't get a
They should get a.
next team. Okay. Okay. Question for team number 3. Okay, so here's a cut view of a bird's eye. It's got 2 lines pointing on each eye. What are these lines pointing to? Any ophthalmologists here?
The iris?
No, it's not the iris. Passes on.
Just to check the lines you're talking about where there's a dip and there's a line going in.
Yeah, the line is pointing at one end to the, and there's a label at the other end. Yeah. Okay, team 5. No, there are 2 lines with labels at the end. It says RR and LL, and the line ends at a certain point. Okay. Both of not yeah. Okay, so the points are over here, 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 and here. Team number. Yes, you can. Macula, no. Team 6.
Rods and cones?
Rods and cones, no.
My total guess is visual cortex.
Visual cortex, I think it's in the brain. No, not here. Yeah.
Don't laugh. This is very sad.
Yeah.
Tympanum?
Tympanum is in the ear. So it's audience.
Retina.
It is part of the retina, but that's not the right answer.
The blind spot in the retina.
It's very.
The lens.
It's not the lens. It's not the blind spot. It's not the focal point. Field of view, no. What? Yeah.
Is it the magnetic compass?
Yes. Somebody got it
Is
here.
it the image that is formed on the retinal wall?
The water? No, it's not the image. No.
Fovea.
Fovea. Yes, it's the fovea. So this is actually the spot where you have
Are you allowed
the
to eat
greatest
chocolate?
acuity. In humans, we have just one, but birds have 2. Fovea. Plural flovea. Okay. Oops. Where are we starting now? Team number 4. Okay. 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 So here is a bird, and it's got a pointer at a spot. What is this bare patch that is shown called?
Brood patch.
Brood patch is correct. Good one. So the brood patch it develops because the feathers are actually very good insulators, but when they need to incubate the eggs, they need to transfer heat. In some birds, both the males and females develop it seasonally and so on. Yeah. Okay, team number 5. Okay, so here again an eye question. So this is an eye of a bird, and there's a part that has been masked out. What is that part? It's something that human eyes don't have. Pass, next.
It's the membrane that reflects light. I forget the.
No, it's not the. Not that.
Pass.
Pass. Team 2.
Pass.
They've done it. Yeah, Krishna gets it. Pectin. So it looks like a comb, and pectin's the name of comb. Its function is not even fully understood even now. You do all that, Krishna. Okay, which team is next? 6. Okay. This adult bird is holding something in its beak. What is it?
The poop of the offspring.
We want the specific term.
What's it called? I can't recall what it is. That thing that comes out. Quiet, please.
Okay. I might give you 5 marks for that, but
I forget the word.
no, it's maybe not. Our quizmaster doesn't want to give you marks. Okay.
Oh, it comes from the other end then.
Fecal sac.
It's fecal sac.
Poop is.
So,
Poop is right.
yeah, so that's a fecal sac. Some birds will take it, they will eat it up, others will take it and drop it in some other place. Okay, where are we now? Second round done? Okay, so round 3. Scores.
SS with 5, Yellowhammers yet to open their account, Barbet with 15, Trogon with 15, and Vishesha with 10.
Okay.
It's very tense.
So, team 1. Okay. This is Lieutenant General Sir Harold Williams. He was an Irish-born army officer. He was in Roorkee, and he is actually connected to this event in some ways. We will ask the audience about that. He started a bird watching organization in India. Which organization?
Can you see the question mark on top of my head?
Team 1.
BNHS.
BNHS, no. Team 2. Team 3.
Bird Watchers Society of India.
Bird Watchers Society of India. Good guess, no. 4.
Wildlife Institute.
Wildlife Institute. Good guess, but no. But it's much old. No, it's not older. Team 5.
Pass.
Team 6.
Is it by any chance the Doon Birdwatchers Club?
The Doon or
Dehradun.
Yeah, it is not. Okay. Audience. All the backbenchers, no. So, those of you who have been following our events and listening to our shows.
Roorkee Bird Club.
But we don't know the name of the group. Typical quiz answer, everything around except the answer.
Okay, Krishna.
Just a moment, just a moment.
Yeah, MBK.
Delhi Birdwatchers.
Okay. Delhi Birdwatching Society is the answer. Okay. And you know many other members who are part of it. You know that Indira Gandhi, Horace Alexander, Usha Ganguly were all also founding members. So Dr. Joseph George worked and was a colleague of Harold Williams. Okay, team number 2. Okay, Dr. James Dennis Summers Smith was a mechanical engineer and his PhD was in a subject called tribology, which is the study of lubrication and friction. But he dedicated his lifetime to the study of a very common bird species. Which one?
Kingfisher. Kingfisher.
Kingfisher. No. Team 3?
The house sparrow.
The house sparrow is correct. Okay. So, team 3 is direct question? Or is it team? Okay. Okay. This is J.T. Emlen. He and his son S.T. Emlen designed what is called the Emlen funnel. What does it do? Emlen funnel.
Pass.
Pass. 4. 5.
Is it got anything to do with bird flight?
It's got anything to do with bird flight? Not really.
Emlen funnel is something to do with migration.
Something to do with migration. What?
Navigation.
What?
Stars.
Orientation?
Orientation is the right answer.
Orientation.
Okay. So the Emlen funnel.
So how many more guesses will you give?
No, they get only 5 marks for all this. So that's how an Emlen funnel looks. It's a cage with an open top. It's got a bird at the bottom with sitting on an ink pad, and there's a funnel coated with paper. And you know that these birds fly at night. They are kept inside a planetarium and shown stars. And based on that, the bird takes different directions, and you can see the claw marks and see which direction it's taking. So you can do experiments. Okay, now which team's here now? Team 4. Okay, 4's direct question. Irene Pepperberg has studied animal intelligence throughout her long career and has published several books, including The Alex Studies and Alex and Me. Who was Alex?
African grey parrot.
African grey parrot is perfectly right. Okay. Okay, so team 5's direct question. In a now outlawed rite of passage tradition for a young lad of the Mir Shikar tribe, he had to capture a vicious bird known as the Loha Sarang. What was this bird?
Hornbill?
Hornbill. No. Next. Team 6.
Sarus crane.
Sarus crane. Wrong.
Or some crane.
Team 1.
Amur falcon?
Amur falcon. No. No, why not? Yes. Team 2.
Just a guess. Cassowary?
Cassowary. Well, we don't have cassowaries in India. This is a Mir Shikar tribe of Bihar. Okay. Team.
Crested serpent eagle.
Crested serpent eagle. No. Okay. Oh, team 6 hasn't done it. 4, you haven't. Okay, you are in team 4. There is no real clue. I just said it's from Bihar. Okay, that Bihar didn't help.
Adjutant stock.
Adjutant stock, no. So you're done. Okay, we go to the audience. No. No.
Black next to.
Black neck stock is correct. Okay. Okay, which is the next team? 6. Direct question to 6. Okay. Harold Mayfield was an American industrialist with a master's degree in mathematics, and he worked in industrial safety. He applied this knowledge in his spare time bird studies and introduced a method where regular ornithologists were using really silly calculations. What did he try to measure better? Team 6 starts. Okay.
Diversity and abundance.
Diversity and abundance, no. Team 1.
We try to predict bird migration paths.
Bird migration paths, no. Team 2. Team 2. Pass. Okay. Team 3.
The number of birds that migrated and came back.
Number of birds that migrated and came back. No. Team 4.
Bird survival rates?
Okay. No, it's actually a very good guess. We'll see if anyone improves on it, otherwise you'll get half.
Estimate of birds seen.
Birds seen. Like you want counting. Okay. I'll give half a mark to team 4. No, we'll give a half. Oh, 5. Okay. But we'll ask the audience, not him. So there, I said there are clues in the question. So he's got industrial safety, nesting pattern, not quite.
The force of a beak closing.
That's something to do with the survey.
Birds hitting the windows now. Your mic's coming to you.
Preservation of safety of birds.
Not the safety of birds. Okay, we will ask the expert here. We'll bring him a mic. Our speaker for the day.
More calories in
The Mayfield method to estimate nest success, which goes beyond the naive one by looking at ones that may not have survived. Nest success.
So, Mayfield found that no, it's not about nest numbers or nest pattern. It's about success of eggs and the survival of young. So it was based on risk rates, which he knew from his industrial safety. And when he wrote his first paper, people didn't understand any of it. Okay. At this point, the next 3 rounds will be in the anti-clockwise order, and the quiz master is also different.
Barbets are leading with 30, Trogon with 15, Vishesha and Phalarope with 10, Yellowhammers and SS with 5.
Okay. Anyone wants to take a break? Sorry, that was a joke. All right. So that was the answer to the last one. No. This is not moving forward. Is this a battery indication? think this has been closed. Just a second. Suddenly closed. Go to that particular slide. Now sound will play. That's the one. Can you put it on present mode? So that I can't see that. Present to me. Yeah. Okay, we'll just wait for, part 2 of Yellowhammer to return. And, yeah? Is that all right? No, we'll wait. It's better. So, how's it going so far? You want to have a quick recap of the scores meanwhile? It's all part of the drill, madam. Yeah.
Barbet leading with 30. Trogan and Vishesha at second place, 15. And then Falarop at 10. SS and Yellowhammers at 5.
Excellent. Okay. So our next round is going to be about images. No. Not right now. We have questions for the audience, but that's at the end. Not right now. Because then I'll have to... I mean, if you want to take a break, now is a good time. Okay, we're just waiting for... Okay, where are we beginning? We are starting from... What team is this again? Okay, so this is a sound and image and all kind of round. You've seen this before. So, yeah. Shall we wait for yellow hammer? Yeah, with your permission, we'll continue. Thank you. Okay. You don't feel challenged in any way, no? I don't know. No, why is this not working? Okay. Give me a second. Okay. It's supposed to move, it's not moving forward. Oops, it's all gone, my friend. My friend, don't do that. We'll give you the gift of the...
Can I do this?
Yeah. Why is this happening? Too many things open? Or? Huh? So, if we were to...
Can I do it? Wait. Just connect it.
Connect it?
Connect it.
10 points extra if we went birding in the morning. How does the bird walk around this place in the morning? Something around it.
Okay, I think tech issues are sorted. Thank you, Ullas. Okay, this is what this round is called, and for good reason. Okay, the threat is operative. All right, so this goes to you, and these are unique marks made on the beaks of birds, and which were considered to be royal property in England. What birds are marked with these signs is the question. No, the question passes. Should we pass this way? Yes. Yeah, it's going this way.
Is it a falcon?
No, the question passes.
Ravens?
Question passes to yellow hammer.
The swan.
Yeah, the correct answer is swans. Swans were considered royal property in England, and each of these is a unique identifying mark. So, while they were considered royal property, yeah, excellent, good start. So we begin with Barbit, is it? Trogan, yes. I'm sorry I'm getting my names wrong, but I have the privilege to do that. Okay, what behavior is depicted here?
Anting?
No, it's not anting. The question passes. I can't see no ants.
Because they're in your pants.
No. What behavior is depicted here? Yeah, there is a bird on the ground with its wings spread out. It looks like a bird of prey. Yeah, that's what all of us can see. What behavior is depicted? Shall we pass the question? Just a moment, not yet. Yeah? Okay. The question passes to yellow hammer. It's not feigning injury. Please speak into the mic or pass the mic. It'll be helpful.
It's a threat display.
It's not a threat display. Yeah, the question, please pass the mic.
It's called mantling.
It's called mantling, and that's, what is mantling?
Mantling is covering the prey.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, mostly done by birds of prey to protect their food, shielding it out of sight of other competitors. Excellent. Now, direct question to Barbit, right? Okay. Okay, now I'm going to have to play this. Illi touch idea? Alle ಏನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು? Okay. You want to hear that again? Oops. One sec. Where is it?
You can click even on the remote. Okay,
Offline. Yeah, listen to the call. Okay, what's happening here is a Hakki Pikki tribe member is imitating the call of a bird. Okay. And he's talking about how another bird would respond to this call. The question is, what is the species being imitated? One more time.
ಈಗ ಹಕ್ಕಿ ಕೂಗೋದ್ರಿಂದ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಬೇರೆ ಹಕ್ಕಿ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ
ಜವಾಬ್ ಕೊಡ್ತದೆ ಇವನು ಹಿಂಗೆ ಹೆಣ್ಣು ಗೌದಲಕ್ಕೆ ಕೂಗಿದ್ರೆ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ನಾವು ಅದು ಹೆಂಗೆ ಜತೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಕೂಗ್ತದೆ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಕೂಗ್ತದೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ
Okay, so what they're saying is that they're talking about how another bird would respond to this call. Okay, and this is one call, and then there is no. He's not saying, no, he's just saying how another bird would respond to it. Any more, and then I will give it away. So, you want to take a shot at what bird is being imitated?
But jungle owlet.
Not at the jungle owlet. Question passes this way to Yellowhammer.
It's pass.
Are you passing too? No. Okay.
Frogmouth?
It's not the frogmouth.
Coppersmith barbet?
No, it's not the coppersmith barbet.
It's the partridge. Francolin.
Okay, that's right. It is the francolin. It's the
Starting call of the francolin.
Yeah. Good. So, this will play it, huh?
If you were on the Telegram group, you would have seen the video of it.
So this is what. There again. Something's gone.
Wait, don't.
What is happening here?
How many bird watchers?
answer was shown. Skip this question to the next one.
I saw the answer.
No, I didn't see the answer, but I know the answer for the question.
Guess the question. No, I saw the question. I saw the answer.
No, the visual, I know the probable answer to that visual.
Okay.
What is?
Anyway, it's going to come to them, so we have some time.
No, we are going to skip that question.
They have loose bad questions.
They are doing native, not native. They are being very native. You can give it a command, but it doesn't listen.
Thank you and sorry for that. Now, the next question is who's direct? Your yellow hammer, you're direct. Okay. You already heard the sound. Okay. What behavior does this picture depict?
We saw the answer earlier.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah, I just want to know if you'll remember this. That's the test. Yeah. This is a direct question to you, yellow hammer. This is an experiment called recall and recognition. Okay.
This won't pass. This question won't pass because everybody sees that.
Yeah.
No, you can ask some other question related to this.
We'll conduct the quiz. Come. Let's. Passes?
Yeah, I'll pass it.
Okay. Okay, it is lecking. And since you saw it and it was my fault, you get the points. 5. Yeah. You can like it or dislike it. Okay. Another one coming up. And this is your direct question, SS. I keep thinking of some Nazis. Okay, what birds are these? It's not a lollipop, and that's not your turn yet.
Vulture.
You have to be specific. Okay, it is Egyptian vulture. Very good. Also called white scavenger vulture. Pharaoh's chickens. Very good. But that was not a pharaoh. That was a priest actually at the temple. Okay, so this is the story behind it, that the pilgrims would attend the special feeding time, and when the birds did not attend, the crowds were told that there were sinners among them. And someone said lollipop. Chicken lollipop is not the answer. Apparently they're not. Okay. Maybe that's a Brahmin thing then. Okay. Okay. This is your direct question. Whose direct question? Your direct question.
Oh, yes.
Hey, no, wasn't this your direct question? No. Yeah.
Oh, that was our direct. That was our direct.
Yeah. This is your. What are we looking at?
We are seeing jacana chicks being hidden in the parents under the parents' wings. And this photo is by Bijoy.
No, it's not. It's not. No. I mean, giving me too many answers will not earn you any brownies.
Bronze jacana.
But yeah, that is what it is. It's a male bronze-winged yasana carrying its young. And this is not my picture, as you can see. 10 points there. Okay. I think we're at the end of this round. Yes, I know. It was designed to be so. Okay. We'll. It'll be nice if all these people have a sense of animosity and. Come on, let's work on that. Yeah. It seems to be everyone's having a party at each other's expense. That shouldn't be the way it is.
At the end of round 4, Barbet is still leading with 30. Phalarope is 25. And we have 2 teams, SS and Vishesha at 20. Trogan at 15 and Yellow Hammers at 10.
Okay, well done. Now we begin with team 1, or we'll continue. Okay, we had 3 like that. Okay, great. So we begin where?
Here.
This is the last round before another one. So where do we begin? Here? Okay, I'm not good at this, so I will leave it to the gallery. Okay, great. So this round is a bit of a mix and match. You will. Okay, this is your question directly, right? Now this picture device, it goes by the brand name Bangalore. What is its purpose?
To chase birds in airfields.
Okay, brilliant. 10 points to you. It's a bird scarer. It's connected to some propane cylinder and charged.
It's a bad wordplay on Bangalore, which is a army device that goes back to Tipu, I think.
Okay. Great. Applause from the audience. Please. You should applaud not when the heads are rolling, but yeah. Okay, this is your direct question, Trogan. This field guide published in 91 was titled "What Bird Did That?" What was it meant for? Want to take a shot?
About bird droppings?
Okay. Yeah. This was the well dropped, yeah. Excellent. Interesting. Good. Crappy question, says one disgruntled member of the audience. Again. Okay, now we move to the next question. This is your direct. In the Middle Ages, this bird was a metaphor for something improbable. However, the discovery of the actual bird in Western Australia in the 17th century altered the meaning of the metaphor. Now, in the early 2000s, a statistician named Nassim Nicholas Taleb adapted the phrase into a theory which explains an event of the highest improbability that takes the world by surprise when it actually occurs. I'm also reading for the benefit of the audience. Which bird does the theory refer to?
Black swan.
Okay, brilliant. 10 points there. It is the black swan. Okay, direct question to Yellow Hammer. Should we deduct 5 points from you for that? Okay. Okay, so Hume Baker noted that the stronghold of... This is to you, directly, Yellow Hammer. Hume Baker noted that the stronghold of this species was north of the Ganges and west of the Brahmaputra, mainly in these districts of present-day Bihar. Which bird are we talking about? It has been presumed extinct since the 1950s.
Pink-headed duck.
Woo! Pink-headed duck it is. So this is where people catch up on their points. Okay, superb. Pink-headed duck. Next question is direct to you, SS. A Bangalore hunter once shot a rock eagle owl in Banagata and was surprised when he saw an English school teacher and bird photographer who was looking for the missing bird. The hunter went on to become a well-known Bangalore wildlife photographer. What's his name? Or her name?
Pass.
Oh, okay.
Hanumantrao.
Question passes to Vishesha.
Wildlife photographer. I'm thinking, I know the face, I can't.
Okay.
It's not Perumal.
Is that Perumal? Your answer? Or
TNA Perumal.
Okay, it is TNA Perumal. 5 points. Okay. This question goes directly to team 1 or team... what is the name of the team? Okay.
Psittacosis.
Okay, allow me to ask the question. The zoonotic disease... okay, the answer is psittacosis. And 10 points to you. All right. Now,
Phalarope at 40, Vishesha, Barbet at 40, Phalarope and Vishesha at 35, Trogon at 25, SS and Yellow Hammers at 20.
so this is our last round, mercifully. But you'll have to get up and move about a bit for this one. This is the charades round. Okay, I have many chits, enough for you to choose from. And yeah, you're not allowed. Ouch, okay. So, you know the rules, right? Or you don't know the rules? Okay, what exactly are these chits? Okay, so the round is called mimicry. So you have to mime, act out these clues for your partner to guess the bird. You get 1 minute and you get 10 seconds to prepare. That's the bonus. When you prepare alone and not as a team. Let me just make that clear. What's not allowed is pointing at things, using props is not allowed, making sounds, using signs for letters of the alphabet. All of this is not allowed. Okay, so you act. 10 points for the right answer. It could. Yeah. I mean, don't use. You could do that. Don't point at other people or anything. I mean, or things in the room, maybe. Yeah. So use of props means pointing at things. You don't do that. But yeah. Passing is going to be a little tough. Hmm? Okay, that's a domestic issue. So we won. Okay, I mean, I won't. Let's see how this goes, okay? So we have, I'll place all the chits here.
So these will all be names of birds?
Yes. Nothing else means you're expecting an. We start with Vishesha. You have 10 seconds to prepare, don't forget. And take faith in the fact that there's plenty of choice. Okay, may I see that? Are you ready? All right, just a second. Just a second. Don't start yet. I will just. I mean, you want to guess while they were doing this? That's a very peculiar thing you want to do. I don't know why you would do that. Yeah. Okay. You have 1 minute, okay? And your time starts now.
English. First word, split in two. First half. Winnow, wind. Husk. Floor. Shh. Dust. Dust. Dusting. Broom, clean. Okay, dust. Wheat ear.
15 seconds left.
Okay, waves. Mounds. Dust mounds. Mound. Dust mound.
So,
Mound. Oh, megapod. Second half.
okay, time, hold on. Time. I'm going to allow this to pass. Okay. So, who wants to raise a hand on stage? Okay, first person to raise a hand. Sandgrouse is wrong. Okay.
Can I go again?
Okay, done. I mean,
Can I guess more?
yeah, you can guess, but you won't get any points for it. Audience.
Can I finish the enacting of the second part? Because without the second part, there nobody can get. Yeah, you only got the sand very clear.
I feel your pain. I feel your pain.
Sand.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, sandpiper.
No, it wasn't. Okay. Yes. We get it. We feel your pain. I think time up now. You had 1 minute. Sandaling. Okay, great. So nobody gets this. A direct question to...
Is it a specific species, like a complete species name? So the reason I ask is we all thought of sandpiper, sandgrouse, but that's not a full species name, right? So it doesn't matter on whatever. Exactly. No, that's why I'm asking this question. So complete names of.
So this direct question is to Trogan. Okay, audience, your enthusiasm, we will come to you in a moment. Huh? Okay, don't laugh. No laughing. I will have to. I think you'll have to choose another one. Okay, not. Okay, hey, you've started. You don't need time to prepare. Huh? You want to take a deep breath. Yeah. Okay, your just a second. Everybody.
Quiet, please. He's starting.
Time starts now.
Team. Trogon. Malabar Trogon.
Just talk about luck, yeah. Okay, that is. How are we scoring for this? 2, same 10, right? Okay. Mm-hmm. 10 seconds to prepare. Ready? Then you got 10 seconds to prepare. Now your time starts now.
One word. In 2 halves. The first half. Here, leg, thigh, foot, feet, limbs. That's the first half. Yeah, something like limb.
Shh. Quiet here, please.
So you're going to do the second one now? Okay. Here, okay, sounds like well. Okay. Limb, well, Wimbrel.
Well done, brilliant. Well mimed, very well mimed. Okay, super. Now this goes to Yellow Hammer, and yeah. All right. What you got? You want this or you want to pick another one? You sure with this? Okay, I'll give you 10 seconds to think. Okay, don't start miming yet. Yeah, your time starts now.
2 words. Okay. It's 1 word or 2? Okay. First. 5, 6, 7.
Don't mouth.
Keep your mouth. Circle. Round. 7 rounds. Globe. World. 7 continents. 7 seas. Continent. Asian. European.
Time.
Eurasian.
Time. You want to guess that? You've got something. You've got a part of it that appears.
Eurasian wryneck.
Good guess. Good guess. Well done. Okay. Super. That is Eurasian wryneck. Let me know when you're ready. 10 seconds. Done? Okay, your time starts now.
2 words. First word, split into second part. Okay. Store, strict, scolding, teacher, shooting, hunter, second word, split, first part, scurrying, knitting, okay, knitting, stitching,
Time. You want to guess? Anybody else wants to guess? Not the tailor bird. No. No. Sorry. It's like some days you're the windscreen, some days you're the bug, right? Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Shalini. That was Jordan's Bazaar.
I don't blame you at all.
I sympathizers among it. This is we want some welcome animosity. We don't have any of this. What happened? See, yeah, I know that. I appreciate it. Today. Is that it? We're all done? Yeah, okay. I mean, I thought you were being. Shall we take a video? May I see it? Oh. Okay, just give me a moment to help myself prepare for this. Okay, ready? Okay, everybody. Time starts now.
2 words. First, second. Knee, kneel. Thigh. Womb. Lap. Lapping. First. Sociable lapping.
Woo! Well done. The evil that women do lives after them. Okay, is that it? That was it? Okay. You want to do another round? We have a tie? Woo. Okay, let's look at the points and then we'll do another DC tie.
Okay, with 50 points on the first position is Barbados. With 45 points on the second place is Falarope. For the third place, there is a tie between Trogon and Vishesha. I leave it to the judges to come up with tough questions.
You don't have to tell them.
We'll do another Damsharads, no? We'll do more Damsharads, I think.
Give us more time, no? This 30 seconds is not enough.
30 seconds, no, it's 1 minute. It's 10 seconds to prepare. It says time flies when you're having fun, but you are not. Okay, sorry. So the tie is between both of you, and we'll ask the rest of you to be. Should you want to be charitable, or do you want to show more animosity? It's up to you. Charitable? It's in my Form 16. Okay. Yes, we're doing more Damsharads. So who do you want to choose? Who will? I think maybe choose another partner or whatever. Yeah? We'll make this uncomfortable for you in many ways. As many ways as possible. Okay. Oh, you chose the same actor. Okay, you have to look at this. Okay, 10 seconds to prepare. Just a second. Yeah, okay. Yes.
Woodpecker. Pygmy woodpecker. Broad. Black woodpecker. Pygmy woodpecker. Brown capped. Picolet. Brown picolet.
Hold on. No prompting.
Speckled picolet.
Okay. Woof. Yeah. Okay. I mean, if there is more than one kind, then we should. Huh? All right. So you got points for that, right? Okay. Now, you want to pick a different actor? Great. I love what you do to yourselves. Yeah.
I'm the dumb, she's the charade.
Yeah.
No, I'm the dumb, she's the charade.
Okay. Oh. Why?
Can I see that again?
You must see it again. You might need to. Okay. Oh yes. You can come here and prepare.
This is where we see marital discord happening.
Okay. So you've had your got 10 seconds to prepare. You want to start now.
Okay. English 2 words. Second word. Quack, 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 duck. Quack. Duck. First word. Okay. Half. First word split in 2. First one. Jacket. Pocket. Shoulder. Jacket. Pocket. Cake. Stitch. Stuff. Tufted duck. Hop. Jump. Jumpsuit.
Okay. Time. You want to
First
guess?
word.
You want to guess? Everyone else just
I have no
really
idea.
quiet.
It's a.
You have some guess, right? You got some part of it.
It's a.
Yeah, now you want to continue for the sake of satisfaction, miming it, but you will.
It's a duck, you said. I can think of tufted duck.
Macha, I don't know what you're going to get in the evening today.
No.
Yeah.
Third time's the charm, so. Jump. Frog. Goliath frog. Goliath duck. I have no idea.
Okay, does anyone want to...
Big bird. Big duck. I have no idea. Big. Duck. Hop. I have no idea.
No, I think we should give others... I mean, since you've done so well, we'll...
I don't think anybody else but him will get it.
Oh, is that right? No, but...
Because there's no other way of doing that.
Okay.
I will still try.
Yeah. And next to your form, remember to form new teams.
Cotton pygmy duck. Yeah, is it cotton?
Yes, it is.
No, duck.
It's a duck. Yeah.
I said duck.
Okay. Anyone wants to try? Anyone in the audience? No.
Can I mime?
There is duck in the... No. Please don't do this to yourself. Yeah. Okay, it's ferruginous duck.
Okay.
Okay, great. So,
That's why I keep saying to Shesha that Vidhi shark. And they get a duck for the tiebreaker. So the third place goes to Rogan.
all right, that's great. So we have winners. Thank you for participating, but we are not done yet. We have questions exclusively for the audience. No. That's what it's called. Okay, so pay attention because this is exclusively for the audience. You want to practice your arm raising moves. Want to do some rotator cuff exercises. This is the time. No, you are now the audience. So if the audience doesn't get it, it passes to you. Okay? All right. First question to the audience. If you know it, only raise your hand. Don't blurt it. I'll get your 5-star. Okay. Silence on the stage, please. Yes. Okay. This term. Now, I hope you can read this. This term has two different meanings. It is used in one sense for a warbler and a different sense for an eagle. What is the objective? Quiet on stage, please. I see a hand up there. Please take the mic to that person and...
Booted.
Woo! Booted. 5 star. Well done, booted. So by the way, this is one question that both of us had prepared. And somehow it found its way to this round. Okay, second question to the audience after this one. This cute guy, this ancient Egyptian god, was depicted with the head of a bird. Which bird? 1 minute. It will come to you. The mic will come to you. The power of remaining silent and foregoing a 5 star. Please. Someone's raised their hand first. Is that the first star? Okay.
Ibis.
Okay, the ibis and 1 5 star there.
Ibis.
Ibis.
African sacred ibis.
Yeah. If everyone, we'll. I think at Ullas's discretion, you may or may not get a 5 star. Well done. Now we have the last audience question. Okay, this was the god. Okay. This tall Indian water bird has this species epithet, that is the species name, and this name is derived from a character in Greek mythology. This character is the daughter of Oedipus, and she ends her tragic life by hanging herself. The bird so named has a white collar, and I see hands up already. Okay, it is the Saris crane. And what is the name? What is the character's name? Anyone has a guess? Not you, man, of all people. Huh? Anybody? Greek mythology? I hear it. So you have to raise your hand and get a 5 star. Antigone. Yes. Oh, there is one more question. Any answers? Okay. I will read it out for the benefit of the audience, especially at the back. If you know it, raise your hands and stay put. In the 2018 Tamil film 2.0, it's a sci-fi film, the look of this guy's character, Akshay Kumar's character, was supposedly inspired by Dr. Salim Ali. What was the name of the character he played? Yes, no, we'll need a fresh hand, please. We'll need a fresh hand. There, little boy at the back. Here. Ullas, to your right.
Salim Ali.
Sorry?
Salim Ali.
No. Back, answer at the back there. Yeah, Pakshi Raja is the answer, and that's what it is. Unfortunately, we have no more questions. Now you may ask me anything. Okay, great. We are done, and I'm out of here. If you know where to find me, don't.
Okay, we have. Okay. I would request all the participants to stay on the stage. We have prizes for you guys. So consolation prize goes to Yellow Hammers, SS and Vishesha. Yellow Hammers. Huh? Can I call Karthik here? Karthikeyan, can I call Mr. Karthikeyan here to give the prizes? Please come here. Come here, please come here. And Krishna, please don't go away. No, be here. So, can I ask Karthikeyan to Please give the prizes to Yellow Hammers. Okay, the next team for the consolation. This is SS. Can I ask Gopi, Dr. Gopi Sundar? No. You should do like this. You should do like this. Okay, the next one is Vishesha. Can I ask Dr. Krishna to please come? Okay, the third prize winners are Trogon. Can I ask Trogons? Chandu Bandi and Prasad. Can I ask Karthik? Okay, the second place is for Falero. Can I ask Gopi Sundar to give the award? Okay, the winners of this quiz. I was wondering, yeah. Are Barbets, right? Barbet, yeah. Swami and Madhvi. Can I ask the quiz masters, Shamal and Bijoy? Okay. We also have mementos for the quizmasters. Can I ask Dr. Gopi Sundar? Okay, there's coffee being served. Let's just go get a break, stretch our legs. We'll come back. We are planning to launch. Um, okay, so this is a new portal that we are launching. So the thing is, all of us go out on nature walks, right? And normally what happens is, it's all about eBird and list making and bird lists and things like that, right? We don't actually go out and take notes anymore. So the idea is to have something along with the list making apps, along with the iNaturalist and other ID apps. This is something where you can share your notes online. So whatever notes you are making, whatever nature notes you are making, you can share it online, and you can share it with everyone out there. Like for example, this one was a note that was put up yesterday, last night I think, or 2 days back. This is by Hayat, who noticed a bunch of couple of millipedes, right, fighting with each other, and he put this up a couple of days back. So millipedes wrestling is what he calls it, and what he noticed is what he put up. So anything that you can see, anything that you notice while out in the wild, you can put this. Sorry, I'm on my mobile phone data, so it's not, it probably won't load all that smoothly, but you can put trip reports, you can put you can categorize under what category you're putting the report for. You can, you can go through our guide for post creation. You can also, put things where you're talking about different habitats. So all these are available on this platform, and it is edited. So anything that you submit will go through some editorial scrutiny. So people will look at what you're putting and make sure that it is of quality content before it is sent out into the wild. Let me just change this to sorry, I'm having a problem with my data. So how do you create your account? You come here, there's a login or register button. You can click on the top. You can go here, you can register. If that's the first time that you're using the platform, you can just register here, and the next time you come in, you can just log in. Okay? And post creation is also very simple. Let me just show that. So if I come in here and if I log in, yeah, I come to the author dashboard. I can click new here and say new post, or go to post and new, right? Add new. So this is my post window creation. So this is very simple as you sending an email. So I can come here, add a title. I can come here, add a description. I have a small note here, which we saw in Mangalore in April, along with Dr. Subramanya, and others, Vidisha, Sheshadri and others. So let me just bring up this note. So this is where we saw a rufous woodpecker roosting, and the rufous woodpecker was roosting. So where do you think woodpeckers roost? Let me ask you this question. How do you think woodpeckers roost? Yeah? They roost in hollows of trees, yeah? Okay. Okay, it roosts in ant colonies. Okay, any other guesses? How do you think a rufous woodpecker would roost? Okay, so it doesn't burrow. So this is the title. It was roosting on a tree trunk, by the way. So I'll show you the pictures, what I mean. So this was how we saw the rufous woodpecker roosting. So we came across this tree, a dead tree. The red circle shows you where the rufous woodpecker was. Okay, and this is how it was. That's how it was roosting, just outside, all by itself, just hanging onto the tree, and just roosting. It was asleep, totally. Yeah, this was at 8 o'clock in the evening. Yeah, and no, I mean, it was like this. We had torches on, head torches. We just looked up, and it was like that. Yeah, and the reason why you see it so close is because of the P1000. So, so because of the zoom. But this is how we saw the woodpecker. So now this is a note that I think would be interesting. So I want to share this with others. So I'm going to copy this note, whatever I have written earlier. I'm going to come here. And I'm going to paste that note here, right? And that's it. So you can type it like how you type an email, or you can just cut and paste from another place. And you can put references, you can put citations, you can put all those things that makes this more interesting. You can put any date and place, and any citations that you want to put can also be copied here. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to take that from there and I'm going to put it here, right? And yeah, and that's about it. And after that, I can also come here and I can categorize this as birds. Am I right? That's birds, right? And then I can now add another author if I want to. If it's a multiple author, I can select a file. And I'm going to choose rufous woodpecker, right? And I'm going to choose these 3 images and I'm going to upload them. Yeah, all this is happening on mobile data. So thank you for your patience. Okay, so now I want to set this, or let's say I want to set this as the featured image. Okay, I've set that as the featured image. Now there are 3 images there which have been uploaded. Now I can add those 2 images that I uploaded right here. So I can add media, and I can come here, the uploaded files, the one that was here, I want to insert that here, insert into post. So it's like any other email app. I want to insert another one here into this post. Now I've done all that. I can submit for review, and it says minimum 1 tag is required. So it shows me what is required, what is missing. So I want to add a tag. So I will add here as woodpecker, roosting, right? Did I make a mistake? Yeah. Yeah, so I've added 2 tags. Now this is all done. So I can send this for review. When I submit for review, it goes and it creates a post. And it sends me a notice saying that your post is under review. One of the editors will pick this up, review it, and send me comments saying that, hey, you know what, why don't you put a map? Why don't you put additional, sources or whatever? If I can, I will. Otherwise, I can come here. So they would send me a comment, and I can reply to their comment here, right? I can reply to that, and I can preview this story itself. So that's how it comes up. This is the post that I created right now, and that's it. Yeah. So this is about how easy it is to create and publish a note on this platform. So I would encourage all of you to go ahead, create your accounts, and use this. Any small note that you are having, that you are seeing out there, like for example, I'll show you some of the things that people have put already. This is a note by Arnav. Arnav, I think, is in his 11th or 12th. I don't remember, but this is about a male sunbird playing with a polystyrene ball in Salkere, right, on one of the group outings. He was catching the ball, going up, releasing the ball, going again and catching that polystyrene ball. Right. This is orange-headed thrush mating behavior by Madhvi. This is changeable hawk eagle by Wagisha, who was here earlier in the day. Deepa's post on snails, Chandu Bandi's post on hoverflies, Prashant MB's post on ficus in films. So there are quite a few posts. Mud collection by Black Kite, predation of Indian flying fox by Wagisha again, bird interactions by Shamal, Ufegi by checkered keelback, that's eating frog eggs by Sheshadri. So these are all posts. So you can also post anything that you come across, right? And I would encourage all of you to use this platform and create your own repository of nature notes. I would like to call on stage Amit, who's been extremely helpful in creating this portal. You can also add to what.
Hi. There is a guide if you click on it. So this post will clearly show what exactly the process to be followed while you are creating a post. And if you need any help, you can actually contact us through one of the contact us forms.
So Amit has been very helpful in getting this portal created. So a round of applause for Amit. Thank you. So this is something that you can use after every bird walk. It doesn't necessarily need pictures to be uploaded. You can also use pictures from the internet. It doesn't need any media. It can just be a note. It can be a pencil sketch. It can be a note that you are not sure of. You can still upload. The note can be in any language, right? It need not be in English. Go ahead and publish it. Yeah. So use it. It can be, anything. Yeah. Anything that you see: birds, butterflies, ants, any behavior at home, anywhere else. So that's what I wanted to introduce. I would like to welcome Dr. George Joseph, Dr. Joseph George's family. Welcome, sir. I would like to call him on stage to talk a few words about Dr. Joseph George. Yeah, please. I'll just disconnect my laptop. Oh, no problem. 1 second. I'll just move this laptop out. ಇದು ಬೇಡ ಇಲ್ಲ ಇದು ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡೋಣ
Good evening. My name is Joseph, and that's my father up there. He was actually George, so we put the second surname last. So he was Dr. George, and I'm Dr. Joseph. So I come every year and speak a few words about him. So those of you who have heard this before, please bear with me for repeating this again and again. But for those of you who are new, it may be interesting. So that's my dad. He was born in 1921. He passed away 11 years ago. He was basically born in the old state of Travancore, and he was fourth of 8 siblings. And he did his primary school in a village called Kumbanad in central Travancore. And then he studied in a school about 4 kilometers away, middle and high school. And then he did a intermediate, which is today something like 11th and 12th standard, in the Union Christian College, Alvey, from 1937 to 39. And then he went on to do a BA. Those days it was BA, not BSc, in chemistry and physics in St. Joseph's College. Those days it was called Trishnapalli, now it is Tiruchirappalli, from 39 to 41. And then he went to Agra and did an MSc in chemistry at St. John's College, Agra, in 41 to 43. And then he went into a career in research, and he was a research scholar at Forest Research Institute, Dehradun, from 44 to 46, and then again from 46 onwards to 62. So he also finally did a PhD in organic chemistry. That's the topic he worked on in Agra University. So from 46 to 48, he was in the United States doing polymer chemistry in this Polytechnic Institute of Brooklyn. And this is a photograph taken in 55, about 7 years after he had been there. But it gives you a feel of what Polytechnic Institute of Brooklyn looked like. And this is a letter I found somewhere in his files, which is dated 1948, which is from the dean of the graduate school which says what he had actually come there for. He was sent there by the government of India for research in high polymer chemistry, which is also known as plastics. And so he did all that, and he was back in, so that was the Polytechnic Institute of Brooklyn. It's a very famous center today also. It's very well known for its research. And then he came back to Dehradun, and this is where he worked, the Forest Research Institute in Dehradun. And this is a very famous institute. It was built in the British times, and it had a huge campus and a lot of trees and a museum of natural sciences. And that's where he got his interest in birds. And he began bird watching in Dehradun. And this is a picture taken in probably in 49. And this is the equipment carrier wrapped up in a cloth. And then this is his prized binoculars, which he purchased when he was in the United States. And he carried it with him all his life. I still have it at home. And so he basically looks very pleased walking around the Doon Valley, as it was in those days. So he didn't just do bird watching, he started documenting the birds, where he found them, the various peculiarities about it. So from 48 to 57, he recorded them, birds he saw at New Forest. New Forest is basically the campus of Forest Research Institute. And this was published in the Indian Forester in 1957. And I just opened the first page, and this is what I saw. It's a brief introduction into what was his experience there. He worked with some friends, and one of his closest friends was one Dr. Ratra, and also one Mr. Gurdial Singh, who was a famous mountaineer, and also was also the principal of the Doon School, and also one Dr. Guha. And this Dr. Guha is the father of the famous historian Guha, about whom we know more about. I'll come to that later. So he had these friends, and you can see these documentation of birds, the scientific name, the common name, and a brief write-up about each bird. So this was done very meticulously in this period of time. And then he went on to do more of it. So 57 to 62, he recorded some more birds. And again, he talks about Gurdial Singh. And then this is, he had published a number of papers on bird watching itself, not just in polymer chemistry. And this one was on bamboo nest boxes and how bamboo can be used to make a nest box, and all the various holes that you have to drill in it to make birds find it suitable for nesting. And then in 62, he moved to Roorkee, which is close to Dehradun. It's also in the current state of Uttaranchal. And there he formed another group of bird watchers, and this is that group, which is actually, this is their last meeting in January 1970, where they are giving him a farewell. And this is a picture of the flamingos of Kutch. And this was framed and put up in our drawing room for many years after that. So here we have a number of avid bird watchers. That is Professor Dinesh Mohan, who was the director of the institute. And this is one Mr. Patak, who was a great photographer, nature photographer. So similar to Dehradun, he also brought out this book, Birds of Roorkee. And this is from 1962 to 69. And here he worked very closely with Lieutenant General Williams, who was one of the directors of the institute, and also, as I mentioned, Professor and Mrs. Dinesh Mohan, who was the subsequent director of the institute. And they took a lot of interest in bird watching in that group. So in 1970 he moved here to Bangalore, and he was the director of this institute. It's called Plywood Research Institute in Pune. And so from 72 onwards he organized bird watching here in Bangalore, and this was a photograph taken in January 72 when they went to Pearl Valley for bird watching. The same binoculars which we saw in 1948 still hangs on his shoulder. He was also very interested in gardening, and so this institute in Pune was absolutely barren when he came, but he made a very good garden there, which won a number of prizes for garden competitions. But more importantly, it attracted a lot of birds. And okay, so this newsletter for bird watchers in 76, there was an article published saying how by planting a garden in this 6-hectare plot, there was an increase in the bird population there. So just that was documented in this publication. So in Bangalore, there was this very enthusiastic group of bird watchers, and they came up with this Birds of Bangalore field checklist, and this came out in 1977. And so from till 70, there hadn't been any proper documentation of birds in Bangalore, but from 72 onwards, there was this informal group. Some of those original members are still here with us, and so this initial list was released by Dr. Salim Ali in 1977 at the Raman Research Institute in Bangalore. So this group would very faithfully document birds, same pattern, scientific name, common name, and this is done by Krishna in April 86. So this is all being added to the list that's already been compiled. So year after year this list grew, and the early enthusiasts were, apart from Krishna, I think Dr. Subramania, Mr. Prasad, these were the most, the oldest members of these groups. So then there was a second edition, I think. This is called the Birds of Bangalore, 1994. And there was now this Birdwatchers Field Club of Bangalore. And then it had further addenda. Then this is Shamal's contribution in 2000, which you see on the right. And so in 2003, there was an article, this time by Ramchandra Guha, who is the son of the previous Guha I mentioned. And he was a small boy when this group was meeting in Dehradun, and he recalls his days when he went around bird watching with my father in this paragraph over here. So he says that the three bird men, as he calls them, of India in those days at least, was of course the very famous Salim Ali, but he also adds Zafar Fateh Ali and my dad, Joseph George. So that's us in 1961. I'm 2 years old then. My sister is about 5, and this is at a house on Trevor Road in that campus. So this is Dehradun in 1961. And then we finally moved to Bangalore. This is us in Bangalore in the early 2000s in Dollar Colony. And this is my dad just before he passed away. This is 2010 probably. He passed away in 2012. So if he were alive today, he would be very pleased to see how bird watching has grown in Bangalore, and with so much enthusiasm in so many parts of the city. And thank you for your attention.
You got it, okay. Thanks. ನಂದು 4 ಹಾಕಿದ್ದೆ. Okay, before we start, I would like to thank Dr. George Joseph for coming all the way from, Vellore here to talk to us. We are very grateful. Thank you. Thank you, sir. So to introduce the next speaker, Dr. K.S. Gopi Sundar. He got pulled into the world of birds when he was in school, and when he saw a golden oriole and a wanderer butterfly in the middle of the Bangalore city, and he started mixing up with the wrong crowd and coming bird watching on Sunday mornings, and got his BSc in Environment Sciences from St. Joseph's College. Then he went on to complete his MS in Ecology and Environment Science at the Pondicherry University. And after that, he was selected for a project on Saurus crane ecology at Wildlife Institute of India, Dehradun, where he wandered around the whole country looking at life in the agricultural fields and in the farmlands. And his work with WII helped look at multi-crop agricultural areas of northern India and looking at bird diversity in those regions. And with funding support from the International Crane Foundation and from the National Geographic Society, Gopi went ahead and did his PhD at University of Minnesota. After that, he came back to India and he looked at Uttar Pradesh farmlands in particular and looked at the bird diversity around the farmlands of Uttar Pradesh. And after that, he initiated a multi-year monitoring program of large water birds in agricultural areas of South Asia, and collaborated with colleagues to initiate similar surveys in northeastern Australia. And this work helped cement the unusually high value of farmlands, unprotected community wetlands, grazing lands in India, Nepal, and Australia for a variety of birds. For his efforts at bringing attention to water birds and wetlands, Gopi was awarded the Zeiss Conservation Award and invited to co-chair the IUCN Stork, Ibis, and Spoonbill Specialist Group. He founded the online publication SIS Conservation that publishes peer-reviewed information on this fascinating but poorly studied group of birds. In December 2021, Gopi was appointed as the editor-in-chief of the global journal Waterbirds, the International Journal of Waterbird Biology, probably the only Indian to be an editor-in-chief of an international journal in our area, right? And he has only Asian, only Indian? Only Indian? Okay. He has over 100 published papers in national and international journals, and recently helped downlist the status of some large water bird species that were incorrectly thought to be globally threatened. He has expanded his work to urban areas from where he is documenting the additional happy surprises by way of birds. Gopi serves on the state wildlife boards and court-appointed committees in India, and where he attempts to insert new scientific information to assist with development of reasoned and locally relevant policy towards wildlife conservation. He also advises students working on wetlands and water birds in multiple countries with the aim of improving scientific information on poorly studied species. Gopi and his wife Swati, who is also here with us, are also farmers practicing organic agriculture beside a lake in southern Rajasthan that has a breeding pair of saurus and over 150 other bird species. When not studying birds, Gopi and Swati like wandering to new lands, photography, cuisine of all sorts, and blaming the Bangalore Birdwatchers Club for all their troubles. Thank you so much. So now I call on stage Dr. Gopi Sundar to address us. Thank you.
Pointer is here.
Yeah, that's the
pointer. I'm delighted to be here, of course. I know these jokers for a very long time. I can't believe I accepted their invitation to come and speak to all of you. But jokes apart, it's been a fascinating journey which started in Bangalore. It started in Cubbon Park actually. And now I've got to see quite a good part of the world, and including lots and lots of parts of India. Because of the job that I had, which was trying to figure out what this bird is doing, I got to see many farmlands around the country and not so much of protected areas, which are talked about a lot. And wherever I went, there were incredibly interesting surprises and some lessons that I hope I'll be able to impart to you today in this talk. So because I'm trained as a scientist, it's very, very difficult to piece together a presentation for a crowd like this. And so I'm going to depend only on photographs, no statistics, nothing of the sort. And hopefully these photographs, each of which I think can speak 1,000 words if they are presented correctly, will give you the story that is now begin to build about areas that we don't really view as, quote unquote, habitat. So this is the motley crew that has stayed with her for at least 5 years. So their photograph is up here. Most of them are farmers or children of farmers. A lot of our monitoring crew were selected in the areas where we needed the monitoring. So in that, it's fairly unusual because most of the monitoring of wildlife in India is done by PhD students or students of science, and they usually move between cities and between states. Whereas our group was familiar with the area that we wanted to monitor in. I'll show you a little bit more about where we monitor and what we did. But a lot of the talk that I'm giving today and a lot of the understanding that we have of Sarus cranes and many other species is thanks to people like this. So the Sarus cranes, I like the Sarus cranes very much because it stands out. I'm a really terrible bird watcher. When I was in school, Subi used to use me to flush ibises whenever we went for the midwinter waterfowl census because he wanted to see whether they were glossy or red-naped ibises. And if it had a white shoulder, then obviously they were red-naped ibises. So I grew up liking very, very large birds, and forest birds always stifled me, though I spent a considerable number of years in the Western Ghats working with colleagues on reptiles, on birds, and other colleagues who were working on primates, and got to know a lot of things about rainforests. But one thing I never really heard about throughout my schooling, throughout the universities, was farmlands, except for Dr. Subramaniam's study in Bangalore, which was sort of a box, in the world of birds, and it was hardly ever talked about. So farmlands never featured in anything, and my study, I must admit, I started doing for a species. It was not really for the area. And this is, of course, the Sarus cranes amidst a lot of birds, and these are the kind of habitats that it lives in. So it's a bird that is, in India at least, has got a very long presence in what we can call as literature. And this very famous poem, the Craunch Vad poem in Ramayana, is supposed to be the first form of verse poetry that was written. And it is believed that it was because Valmiki was watching a pair of Sarus cranes dance, and a hunter shot one of the Sarus cranes. In his anger and grief, he is supposed to have cursed the hunter that may you never find love. And this is how the Ramayana opens with this verse of Craunch Vad. So it is a bird that has been in our literature, has been in our consciousness very, very seriously for an incredibly long period of time, and definitely transcends modern literature. The other chap who beat me at studying Sarus cranes was this guy, Emperor Jahangir. When I started off working on Sarus cranes, there were records of breeding, incubation periods. How long does an egg remain an egg before it hatches? There were records of 5 nests. 3 of them were from captivity, and the other 2 were this guy's records. So that was how little was known about the Sarus cranes when I started in 1998. And Emperor Jahangir was also the first guy to color band Sarus cranes. He used gold because he was an emperor. And he put it on the right leg of the male and the left leg of the female. And the first ecological accounts of behavior, of the lifestyle and the natural history of the Sarus cranes are found in Emperor Jahangir's writings. So they have attracted attention for a fairly long period of time, and they have attracted nuanced writing that predates several centuries before my work. So this is a map that is more familiar when you talk about habitats or when you talk about wildlife, which is the 5% of India that is formally under protected areas. And you can see how scattered it is, how tiny these remnants are. And it's about less than 5%. Of course, we'll have politicians who will tell you that there are 15% of green areas, but not all green areas are forests, as we know. So the number varies between 5 and 15% depending on the definition. But this is where 95 to 99% of wildlife work in India is done, in these green patches. And the 90+% of the rest of India is very, very poorly covered, except as anecdotal studies or PhDs or stuff that very, very few people like Dr. Subramaniam have been doing on their own. And there's been very few systematic records of how birds might be faring across these landscapes. As a consequence of information not being there, literature is rife with speculation, it's rife with assumptions, and these assumptions are related to what human beings do to the land. So some maps to give you a context of the region that I worked in, which was North India here in purple. So this is a map of the global human densities, and you can see that Northern India and China and some areas in Europe are in the deep purple. So deep purple are areas where automatically there's supposed to be very little wildlife. It's an area that is run over by human beings. So maps like this have led people to believe that those areas don't have wildlife. And then you also have new maps emerging because there's a lot of interest in urban ecology. This is a slightly outdated map, 2014. There are now newer maps, but the information doesn't change too much. You can see that India, especially northern India, is full of urban areas, big cities and small cities. Now we have even more big cities. And we know through textbooks and stuff that any human presence for a prolonged period of time is supposed to help decline wildlife and supposed to have species vanish from that area, especially very large species like Sarus cranes. And the third map, which was the map that I used quite a lot when I started my work, because there was a huge amount of discussion going on about the impact of agriculture on birds around the world. And you can see the bright red patches are areas that are almost entirely converted to agriculture. And you can see that the largest band of almost entirely cultivated agriculture spans from Pakistan all the way to Bangladesh. And this area has been farmed for the, as far as we can make out by archaeological records, for 10 to 12,000 years. So it's an area that ecologists felt was a strict no-no for wildlife, because not only were there tons of people and cities, but it also had witnessed farming for thousands of years. And as we know from examples in Europe, in North America, in some places in South America, places that experienced farming for longer periods of time had the least amounts of birds. And also birds that could adjust to farmlands, we had the least populations in areas that had farmlands. So this was the history with which I started. There was very, very little anecdotal information about sarases except for things like people like Jahangir wrote. And we knew very, very little about what we might find when we went to agricultural areas seeking a bird that is a 6-foot bird like the saras cranes. So these are the pictures that the world of conservation, particularly the Western world, had evoked when they were talking about the northern Gangetic floodplains. There were a few records back at written by the British that talked about large flocks of birds, the pink-headed duck, and things like that. And Shamal asked a couple of questions about birds like the black-necked stork, which was so common in those areas that they were part of cultural rites. But slowly that, over the years, for some reason, in the 70s and 80s, most of conservation literature viewed northern India to be this, which is largely people and little else. Also, the area that I worked on, which was Etawah and Mainpuri, the area where Fulan Devi was from, it's known to be badlands, it's known to be an area which is very high in violence. And scenes like this are exceedingly common. Guns are very, very common there. And automatically, the conservationist mind had gone to the place where they associated guns with hunting, and almost no work had happened in these areas because they assumed that there were so many people and most of those people had guns, so what could you find there? The other aspect that attracted a little bit of attention, tiny bit of attention only as stories, not as science, was how the wetlands were being used. And there was a lot written at that time, more in story form than anything else, about how wetlands were being affected by villagers. So scenes like this, where you have the topsoil which becomes clay in the Gangetic floodplains because it's all keolite, one of the oldest clay formations on the planet. Once the wetland dries, the entire village comes down, collects the top soil of, collects the top part of the wetland, which is clay deposits, and takes them away to build houses, to repair places, and also to make dikes for the agriculture fields. So these behaviors of villagers taking away the top of the entire wetland, people assumed can't be very good for wetlands. And practices like this were actually talked down upon in all the conferences that I went to. We also had practices like this where the land holding was very small, and so people did not use fertilizers because they couldn't afford it. But you had practices like this where they used ash and soot and other things as pest control agents because they help desiccate insects. But these things were not very carefully written about because very few people had gone to an area and stayed there for a long period of time. But what was known is post-Green Revolution, each parcel of land there produced at least 3 crops per year. That is incredibly highly intensive cultivated landscapes. Usually it produced 5 crops in a year. And there was almost no season except the blazing summer, couple of months of blazing summer, when you would not see something growing or something being harvested in the fields. And ecological information tells you, particularly from the developed world, will tell you that more crops you grow on a piece of land, the less suitable it is for species like birds, and especially very large species like saras cranes. So when I started off, the entirety of the literature, the entirety of the background, the entirety of the assumptions was that we would see very little and we would only paint a very grim picture. And the picture that emerged over the next, over about 20-25 years was very, very different. And I'm going to use only the lens of the saras crane because we do have a bunch of information on other birds and mammals as well. But I want to use only the saras cranes to sort of pinpoint some of the things that we got wrong and some of the assumptions that happily were entirely incorrect. So Swati, my wife, and I, we like maps, and so you're going to see a few maps in this presentation. So this is the map of the saras cranes that we produce for the IUCN. And you can see that there is a fractured population in Southeast Asia, which is now down to less than 800 birds. The population in Australia was thought to number less than 5,000, but we discovered it's actually more than 15,000. And the talk that I'm going to give today is the birds of India, and particularly the saras cranes that are found in the Uttar Pradesh Indo-Gangetic floodplains. So you can see that it's a fractured population. The Genetically, they're indistinct. You cannot make out differences between these populations because it's a very, very old clade of birds. And so they haven't really needed to become new species or subspecies, and so they just remain the same. So in India, because of its distribution, you have sarus cranes ranging from the Himalayas. In the central Himalayas, you have Poyang Lake and places where the sarus cranes breed. We know quite little about the birds there, but except that they migrate out in the winter season when it becomes fully snow. And now we are discovering a ton of sarus cranes across very, very unusual arid landscapes, the Aravalis. In Rajasthan, we are finding them even in hilly outcrops and other areas, which are unusual areas for water birds, like sarus cranes. So it just goes to show how little we know about this bird and how much we have romanticized this bird to be a wetland bird and a bird that requires pristine wetland conditions. So the saruses eat practically everything that it finds. It eats, it digs for a lot of things in the ground. And this digging habit serves it well, especially in the summers when there is very little moisture on the landscape. So it digs up grasses, digs up tubers, digs up snails. It eats basically anything that moves, that it can catch. So these are just a few representative things. Recently, a colleague of mine discovered them eating chicks of moorhens. So they chase down the moorhen chicks and grab them and eat them up. And we don't know why they don't do more of that, because it's such easy prey and such a nice morsel for them to have. But they seem to focus on smaller things, including eggs of other water birds. And they eat anything that the farmer grows, except for soybean and sugarcane. They can eat anything that the farmer grows. So it is quite interesting that the largest population of this bird is found in the largest farmlands of this country, because you would expect there to be something that we call as conflict, but there isn't. Well, there is a little bit, but still the largest population is still found in Uttar Pradesh. So I'll delve straight into tiny bits of stuff that we've been able to figure out over the last 25 or 30 years about the sarus cranes. It was not known before I started the work on this species. One thing that was known about the species is that it does a unison call. So pairs that are bonded, which is pairs that are ready to breed or are going to breed, they do something known as a unison call or a duet. And that's the only time that you can make out a male from a female. The male opens the wings and shakes it up and down, and the female does not open the wings. And this call is so beautifully well tuned together that it sounds like a single bird calling if you're far away and if you're not watching. And that's why it's called a duet. And in this photograph, you can see one of the functions of a duet. It is to tell another crane that this area is taken and you need to walk away. So it is a signal, at least one of its functions seems to be a signal to other sarus cranes that an area has been taken. So real estate is very, very serious business in cranes, just like it is in Bangaloreans. And so any patch of land which is deemed suitable for either feeding or breeding or hopefully all of the above is immediately taken over by pairs. So a quality of an area or a landscape can be figured out by looking at how many sarus cranes there are. If there are a ton of sarus cranes, that landscape is doing really, really well in many ways. And we now know through other studies that the Gangetic floodplain soils have the highest amount of soil biodiversity in the world as well. So clearly the sarus cranes are a beacon of much, much more than just good farming systems, but they also can be a beacon of how good the landscape is in multiple ways. So when you have a very high density of sarus cranes, of breeding sarus cranes, what we found out was there are many areas in the world, both in Australia and here, where breeding pairs of sarus cranes never leave their territory as far as you can make out, as long as they're alive. And this was not known before. Previously, most of the work on cranes was done on European and American cranes, which migrate for part of the year. So we did not know how tropical cranes behaved. So one of the findings, which was very nice for lazy people like me, was that they don't really move away from an area. And places that have very high densities of cranes, early in the mornings, you will find this behavior between neighboring pairs of cranes. And here what happens is both of them come up, they march up, they literally march up, showing off to each other. Then one of them will give a unison call. And the other is doing something known as a displacement behavior, pretending that the other fellow isn't around. And so he does a displacement behavior. And then this one goes into displacement behavior and that one gives a call. And that is their way of saying, I see you, but I need you to see me. And this is the border of the territory. It's such a fantastic behavioral thing to have for an ecologist to figure out what the territory is of the sarus cranes. And we figured out in Uttar Pradesh, the smallest territory was less than a hectare. This was unheard of in the bird world at that time. It means that in less than a hectare, a bird which is 6 feet in height can find food throughout the year. That just goes to show how healthy that area is. As an example, as a contrast, in Rajasthan the soil is very barren and the Aravalis are extremely barren. They have very thin soils. There the territory size of the Saras cranes is usually to the tune of 3 to 5 square kilometers. That's the level of difference of the quality of an area for Saras cranes in different parts of India. So territorial birds, and when there is very high density, they do behaviors like this, which makes it very easy for us to not only recognize individual pairs, so we can do a very nice count, but we can also figure out what the borders of the territories are. And the other part of the unison call, or the duet, that we are now trying to figure out with a student of mine, Surya, he's no longer a student, he's a colleague now because he knows much more about this stuff than I do. And what we are doing is we are recording the unison calls and converting them into what is known as spectrograms. And these two spectrograms are of two different pairs. And so you can see that it's very likely that we can start recognizing pairs just by their spectrogram because they're so distinct. And we have hundreds of pairs that we have now recorded and produced the spectrograms of. And it looks like the duet of a pair is like your thumbprint. There is no other spectrogram that will look like the duet of a pair. So it seems like it will be a very useful monitoring tool, and it can also be a tool to figure out what the functions of this very unique behavior duets are, because very few bird species have duets. Most of them, the male does his own thing and then the female does their own thing, and there are very few species that work hard to combine their two calls and to give a single signal to the world outside. And that signal is usually to their own species, but in some birds, not the Saras, but in other birds, that signal is used by other species as well to figure out that there are birds that are using that area. So unison call and duets are very highly studied in owls and stuff, and now we are doing the first study of the unison calls and what it means and its potential functions of Saras cranes in India. So this map, all those colored polygons, those are the areas that we picked to do our long-term monitoring. And these are areas that are across different floodplains, because we wanted to see, we knew from visiting some areas that the Gangetic floodplains is very different from, say, even the floodplains in Haryana, which is connected to the Gangetic floodplains, but more of a Yamuna floodplain. And we wanted to figure out how the other floodplains are doing. So we took Lumbini in Nepal, for example, and then we have a couple of completely distinct floodplains here to figure out how the Sarases are doing. Do they have similar behaviors? And how are they faring in terms of their conservation needs? So this is just an example of how a map at the end of a season would look like. Each circle is a unique, distinct pair of Saras cranes, and we colored it when it had raised a chick that particular year. So we could track nearly 1,000 pair of Saras cranes every year with the people that I showed you, whose photographs I showed you early on. And we could track this not just every year, but 3 times a year, to figure out how the chicks are doing, how long they stay on, how many of the cranes manage to raise 1 chick and how many of them manage to raise 2 chicks, because the number of chicks that you can raise is a very good signal of how good that area is in terms of a habitat quality. So for Saras cranes, a picture like this in the Gangetic floodplains or in the rice growing season in Ahmedabad, this is not unusual. The people will know this kind of a scenery all over the place. But what is unusual for the cranes is that the Sarases will usually choose an area which has a dark patch, and that dark patch is a tiny wetland. The size of the wetland can be just a few meters. It can of course be a very large wetland that is remaining in the area, and they will always nest in that dark patch. Only if there is no natural wetland, or this is not really a natural wetland, but an area kept as a wetland so that the farmer can take some grasses or lotuses and other tubers. So if they don't have a wetland area, then and only then the Saras cranes are forced to nest in the field. And when they nest in the field, they use the rice itself as a nesting material, and they cause quite a bit of damage. But quite unusually, India is very unique in the farmers not destroying the eggs, even if the farmers have a tiny bit of land. So it's this unique habit of farmers not wanting to destroy everything they see, or not feeling the damage as being adequate enough to drive away the species that is fundamentally responsible for interactions like this. And now we've discovered there's a whole bunch of species like this. And this is just the story of the Sarases. So once we had figured out the territory following the birds early in the morning when they were doing their unison calls, then we would wait for the rainy season and then figure out quite quickly within the territory where the wetland patches were. And then we knew, after following them for a couple of years, which wetland patches they like to nest in. And so when you're a lazy guy like me, then this kind of stuff is very nice because you know where to go next year. You don't have to do too much work. So most of the time, after the first 5 years, I didn't even get off my vehicle. The other thing about the Saras cranes is they're very, very defensive. They're very protective to the nests, and they're very large birds. You can see the wingspan here. And in Uttar Pradesh, we've seen people who have lost their children to Saras cranes. And when I spoke to the mothers, a couple of mothers that I spoke to, they shrugged their shoulders and said, well, he should not have gone near the nest of the crane. That's the kind of mindset that is developed. And that tells you one element of the landscape, why it is such a great bird habitat. That is, the people who've been living on the land are literally living off the land. They are not changing the circumstances of the land just for personal profit. They grow crops that suit the climate of each season. They have habits that don't really remove everything on the landscape. Of course, you won't see forest there. Of course, you won't see tigers and elephants there. But you're not seeing an area that is bereft of all wildlife. And this level of allowing animals with you, a 6-foot bird with you, is something that's quite extraordinary. And we're yet to see something like this anywhere else in the world for a large water bird. Another thing that we noticed that gave us an early sign when I started my first nesting studies was not all the birds that were nesting in wetlands started their nest breeding activity first. So at the onset of the monsoon, most of the farmers start to leave water into their fields in anticipation of the monsoons. And then when the monsoon hits, they start to plant the rice. The cranes that we were noticing in Etawah and Mainpuri, the earliest nesters were those who were tracking the farmers. They would track the farmers. They trusted the farmers' flooding that there would be rains, and they started to build their nests. This is the most unusual nesting behavior that we have anywhere in the world of a water bird that is using farmers' behavior as a cue to start something that is an extremely important behavior, which is breeding. And it is not just a couple of birds. We know of 30 or 40 pairs in the small area that we monitor who start to breed as soon as the farmer starts to flood the fields. So clearly, the linkage between farming and also the farmer habits has passed on to the cranes who have learned to trust this particular local knowledge, if you will call it, or community knowledge, if you will call it, of the kind of farming that we see in Uttar Pradesh. And then we have both the genders taking part in the raising of the chick, of the incubation. You can see that one chick has hatched, it's 2 days old, and that evening the other egg hatched. And so this particular pair has been very good parents, and they are very close to the road. And I know the farmers who own the plot. So these are excellent birds for just sitting and watching and photographing and just learning a lot about cranes. So this is the kind of setting that you will see where they will not use the rice field if they don't need to for nesting. So they have used largely a wetland that the farmer has retained for various purposes. And this is the kind of scene that we would like to see repeated for all the pairs so that the farmers stop losing their crops. So conservation of birds like this is fascinating because not only will you benefit the birds, but you will directly be benefiting the economics of a person who's already quite poor. The other thing we noticed was we were wondering why they needed to nest so early because the water was not very high early on. It takes a couple of months for the water to build up, and a lot of the literature had suggested at that point that they require quite high water so that the predators won't come, and all sorts of logic had been used. And then we realized why the cranes like to breed very early along with the farmers. You can see that the chicks can hide as the rice grows, and the chicks don't fly for 2 months. So all of the Saras pairs that could not breed early on for whatever reason and were forced to start nesting only later in the season, they were the ones who lost most of the chicks. Because by the time the farmers removed the crop from the landscape, the chicks hadn't yet learned to fly. And so they would get predated. So the whole cycle of the Saras raising its chicks and laying its eggs was not around the wetland dynamics or rainfall per se, but about the crop itself. So this is what we would call a very, very high quality territory because cranes that had more wetlands in their territory usually did very, very well. Every year, not only did they manage to raise a chick almost certainly, but these were also the places where they raised more than one chick quite regularly. And so the chick stays with the parent until the subsequent breeding season. And this is a really fantastic system for a population biologist or a conservation biologist to study because you can track every single pair in the population. And that's the highest gold standard for population ecology, where you're not just doing a general survey and saying 14% of the population is juveniles, but here you're able to track the fate of chicks of every single pair. So this is an example of a very well-timed nest where you have the chicks ready to fly, and you can see in the back all of the fields have also been, the crops have been harvested. But it's of no danger to the chicks. The only danger to the chicks at this age, okay, sometimes we not only see one chick or two chicks, but in that area, quite frequently, we see 3 chicks being raised by one pair. And this is quite something if you know that once the chick reaches about a month of age, the parent needs to find about 600 grams of animal food to feed the chick every day. 600 grams multiplied by 3 multiplied by a whole month. That's how much animal matter they're able to find within their territories if they should be raising more than 2 chicks. But there are several pairs here who over the last 20 years have raised 3 chicks more than once. And so clearly it tells us of a crane population. And by the way, this is a world record. There's no other crane population in the world. There's no other crane species in the world where such a high level of breeding success exists. Not in Florida, not in Bharatpur, not anywhere else. It's in the farmlands of Uttar Pradesh. So the only danger the chicks face after the crops are harvested are the parents, because the parents are sick and tired. That's the end of the pocket money days. And then they start beating the chicks. And this is exactly how they do it. They just go and whack the chicks and you can see the feathers fly. And so there's only one way to tell the kids to get away, right? Saying, time to leave. So they're telling these 2 kids are getting, you're not Sarasas. So they're kicked out of the territory because the parents are getting ready hormonally and in other ways for the next breeding season. And with the onset of the next strains, the chicks have been kicked out and they're ready to breed again. So they're very, very nice birds to have on the landscape, as long as the landscape has features like good farmers, as long as it has features like rice and other places which are able to retain quite a lot of animal matter on the landscape. So when you zoom out of pictures like that, that picture in the picture that I showed before looks very nice, looks like a nice habitat and stuff. But when you zoom out, a lot of the territories are like this. So this pair I've been monitoring since 1998, and every year it's produced at least 1 chick. And in this particular year that I took this photograph, it has successfully raised 2 chicks, and you can see that the wheat is being planted, which means the rice has been harvested. So these guys did good timing every year. So we know that there are some pairs who are good parents in the sense that they know when to do things. They've obviously learned over the years, and they are able to do it consistently. So maintaining a few thousand territories is required to save a species like the Saras cranes. And it looks like it can be done, especially since most of India in those areas are largely farmers. So it's a species that we are now, at this point we had begun to figure out is not full of bad news, as the international scientists were beginning to make of it, or as the large NGOs in India were beginning to make of it. It's a species that's going to do very well as long as we continue to have farming of this type. And this type of farming is not going anywhere, at least not from Uttar Pradesh and Haryana and Gujarat. So the photograph that I showed just before this, one of those chicks I banded in 2000. We are continuing to monitor that fellow to this day. And from the unison call, after he found a mate, we figured out that it's a he. So it's a male bird, and it picked a territory right beside the territory that it was born in. So this, when the males come back to their own birth area, it's called philopatry. And we have a couple of other species on which these kind of studies have been done of cranes. And even in those species, the males are philopatric. And then I was sent a photograph where you can see another bird, also banded in 2000. And this bird is a female. And this bird is about 7.5 kilometers away from the territory that she hatched in. And just like the other 2 crane species that have been studied, the females are parapatric, which means they fly away from the territories that they are hatched in. And this one is also doing very well. You can see there are reed beds behind. There's wetlands in the rest of the territory. And so she did very well in finding an excellent mate. Coming back to this fellow. So when this guy's nest was the first nest that I visited. So the males are the ones who take up the risk of damaging themselves, and they're the ones who do the physical charging. And the females stand behind and produce burring calls and squawking calls, just encouraging the male, saying, "Yeah, kick him out. I don't like this guy in my area." And so this is the crane that taught me not to believe everything I read. So at that point in time, I had been told that since I'm going to be studying breeding ecology, every quote unquote expert in the world had told me that don't stay at a nest for more than a couple of minutes because the cranes will never come back. They are going to abandon the nest. Very clearly, this chap had not read any of those books. So the first thing he did when I got into the water, he just stood up on the nest. So you can imagine I was in the water, waist deep in water. The nest is floating, and then a 6-foot bird stands out, and that's the first nest I'm visiting. He puts out his wings, and he smashes into my head. Fortunately, it didn't connect. I fell into the water, binoculars, GPS, everything wet. Then I walked back to the road, and there was a whole bunch of villagers watching me saying, what an idiot. Because they knew that the cranes don't fly away when you visit their nests. So that is also how I got to know the villagers of that particular village really well, and they still laugh when they see me. And this behavioral interaction, I wrote to the experts at that point in time saying, this happened. I'm not going to visit nests when birds are on the nest. When they're away doing their territorial thing, I'll start visiting the nests again. And then they, of course, in their, experts are experts, they wrote back saying, oh, that must be the only one. But I didn't take any more risks because they were completely wrong. All of the birds that we were monitoring in Etawah and Mainpuri, in Uttar Pradesh, in other parts of Uttar Pradesh, they do not abandon the nests when you visit the eggs. They attack. And when the females are on the nest incubating, she has this incredibly devious habit of walking away and then starts to call the male. And you're measuring the egg and the male has landed behind you. So these birds, you have to be really, really careful with these birds because we've caught not just measured the chicks, measured the eggs, but we've also caught the chicks and put bands on them and stuff. And we've been beaten quite a lot by the parents who have been with their human populations for so long that they have lost all fear, especially when they have eggs and chicks to defend. And this is a very good thing. In today's day and age where in a place where human beings go in, we usually see the permanent eviction of a lot of species that don't do very well with human beings. That we have species like this, which can take you on if you visit their nest, is an excellent thing because farming is not going to go away. And especially farming in such a high human density area like Uttar Pradesh definitely is not going to go away. So it's a very, very good finding. And of course, conservationists around the world are now finding other species, that not cranes, but many other species of wildlife that do similar things because they've had a long history with human beings. The other finding, which was very interesting, was we had heard about duets. And one bird that I started monitoring in 1997, we noticed that after the chicks were a certain height, there was a third adult bird in the territory. And I thought, maybe it's a chick of the previous year or whatever. And while I was watching it one day, it just literally stopped my bike in its tracks because the 3 adult birds were calling together. It was not a chick of the previous year, it was a sexually mature adult. And there were 3 birds producing a call. And this is completely unknown in the history of crane research and crane biology. And so we had to give it a name. So we called these birds as trios, and I named the call as a triet because there were 3 birds producing this single call. And triets are highly, highly unusual for a species that has evolved to be hugely territorial. So 2 birds have evolved their unison calling, and imagine the amounts of years, number of years that they've gone through over the 170 million years or something that these cranes have been around. And then we go and discover something like triets. And as we started to do the monitoring work around the country and in Nepal, we realized that triets are not unique to one place, and it's not the only pair that we were seeing the triets in. Admittedly, less than 1% of the population has triets. And the paired bird allows the third adult in only after the chick has hatched and reached a certain height. The third bird is not included in the territory and it's kicked out when the breeding itself is going on. And we also noticed that there were a lot more triets in drier areas where the crane territories were much larger. So it seemed like these birds have lived on this landscape for long enough for them to figure out what to do when the landscape gets bad. So when a third bird is around and you have a low quality territory, you have one more pair of eyes and one more pair of beaks to find food for the chicks. So we noticed that when a territory was bad, the territory that had triets produced way more chicks than a bad territory that did not have trios. So it looks like we are seeing behavioral evolution happening, not in a pristine jungle, not in Bharatpur, not in a pristine area, but in the farmlands of India. This is a photograph of a social dynamic of Sarus cranes that we know very little about. I've told you a lot about the breeding pairs. The other component of the population is the non-breeding population. And in Sarus cranes, the non-breeding population crowds together into what we know as, very loosely called as flocks. And we know almost nothing about the flocks except that they may be very good signals of the larger habitat itself. So instead of going and figuring out the territory size of the birds and figuring out how many territories there are, it might be easier for you to go around the area and look for flocks, because there are very few flocks in any area. In a very healthy area, 50 to 60% of the Sarus population are found in the flocks. Only 40 to 50% of the population is actually breeding and out there in the territories spread out in the landscape. But we don't know much about the flocks, what they need, what they do. We do know that there's a lot of fighting going on. So much like teenagers or much like whatever, there's a lot of dating going on. It looks like they try to call and they try to attract mates and then they break up and then they find someone else. But once they bond, they obviously have to start to fly around the landscape to find land on which they can start breeding. And we don't know much about that. So Uttar Pradesh, turns out, is providing a mirror to all of our assumptions, all of our bad news that had been accumulated before this work started in Uttar Pradesh. And we are now beginning to notice that places like this are anything but bad habitat, especially for a large bird like saruses that require a territory. As long as it's not hunted and as long as there is no poisonous chemicals out there that can kill it, areas like this are actually fantastic bird habitat. They are not novel, they are not made up, they are not man-made, none of the sort. They're just pure good habitat. So we have had to revise what we call a habitat when we look at birds like Sarus cranes. And you can see from this picture that it's not just the pairs, but also the flocks that don't really care much about the humans if the humans don't hunt them down. Linear structures are not too much of a trouble if they are done once and then you don't disturb, don't keep doing it all over the place. So this is the bird that's found in the edge of, this is the one that is closest to Delhi. And this is the main Delhi train line, and there's a couple of pairs of Sarus cranes there that manage to raise chicks every year. Roads are also similarly not a problem. Many of the pairs now have started using the roads as the edge of their territories. So you have one pair on this side of the road and the other pair on the other side of the road doing their displacement behavior every morning. So they seem to adapt to some new things that we are doing. Up to an extent, they're able to adapt. So these three elements, farming, urban population, electrification, and linear structures, these were all things that were listed in literature as being responsible for bird populations and bird species to go down. But for the Sarus, up to a level, if it is in an urban area and if it is a farming area, they all seem to be fairly good. They're not good just for the Sarus cranes. Obviously, if it is just good for the Sarus cranes, then you have to figure out what is it exactly that the Sarus cranes like. So these are young birds of black-necked storks. And black-necked storks, are, until these studies were done, they were supposed to produce only 1 or 2 chicks. And very rarely, they were supposed to produce 3 chicks. How many can you count here? 5. There are 5. One all the way there. So this is the world record. This is the world record for single nesting storks at that point in time, because there was no other single nesting stork that had been seen to fledge 5 chicks ever. And the one that had been seen to have 5 chicks in the nest was a jabiru in the middle of a rainforest in South America. And more recently, we found a nest of a woolly-necked stork that had managed to fledge 6 chicks. And you can see the habitat that the birds are using. So clearly, our understanding of what habitat means is not uniformly correct for all species that we want to have on our landscape. Also, these areas are not just good for breeding, they're also good for very interesting behaviors like flocking in woolly-necked storks, which most people did not think happened, but now we know that these are fairly common behaviors. And pictures like this we are now getting lots more of. This is a species that before my work was thought to require undisturbed jungles. Again, another species that did not read the books. Plus, you have a plethora of species on these landscapes. We have some of the greatest numbers and greatest concentrations I've seen of bitterns. We have species like the grey-headed lapwings that are all the way across the Gangetic floodplains. You have birds that we think are coastal species, but you find them in very nice numbers, surprisingly nice numbers in the middle of Uttar Pradesh. And then the larger diversity is fairly staggering. So quite contrary to what we thought we would find, we found over 450 species of birds using the farmlands of Uttar Pradesh, not the forest, not the protected areas, none of those things. And this number now makes Uttar Pradesh the most diverse bird landscape of any agricultural habitat without trees in the whole world. And that is largely because not just the farmers do their thing, but because of what the farmers need. They need to do things like this, like damming up a river, and small streams are dammed up and the water is retained. And it forms millions of hot specks, biodiversity hot specks all across the landscape that are used not just by our common and congregating species, but also species like the black-necked stork, which are territorial and entirely carnivorous. So it's not all hunky-dory. Obviously, things are changing. Things are changing fairly rapidly in some places and not so rapidly in other places. In Uttar Pradesh, the most rapid change has been the advent of the harvesting machine. This was not there before 2010. And post-2010, most of the harvesting now has shifted to this machine. And this machine is super efficient in making sure that there is no waste grain that's left on the fields. And the Sarases did use the waste grain quite a lot. So clearly, I mean, right now we don't see a crash in the Saras populations. They seem to have adjusted to finding other foods. But even, seemingly simple things like getting a harvester can have huge landscape scale impacts when you're talking about a habitat that stretches from Pakistan all the way to Bangladesh. And then these are a problem. The biggest problem that we currently have, the biggest source of mortality that we have, are new electricity wires. If they are old, the Sarases have figured them out. I've even seen them give a specific call to young birds that are flying, and the call is to tell the young bird to go up or go down because there's an electricity wire coming up. So they've even evolved new calls because of human elements that have appeared. But when there is a new electricity wire that comes up, usually we see a bunch of cranes dying for about a year or so until they learn that there is a new wire. And the biggest problem of all is concretization. And this is not just the conversion of wetlands into concrete, into medical schools and all kinds of ludicrous stuff, but also the farmlands itself are being converted into more urban areas and more concrete areas. And this kind of permanent loss, if you will, of the character of the landscape, this is by far the biggest problem that species like Saras cranes have. So pictures like this, however, I believe will continue to be seen, and farmers like this are not going anywhere, especially from the heartland of Uttar Pradesh, Haryana, Gujarat, many areas. I don't think they're going to go away very quickly, despite all of the government's best interests to make India into a spanking new country. You will continue to see things like this where people do their thing, and then a whole bunch of other birds, no matter how large or small they are, they do their thing, and all of them are able to use the area for their respective needs. So the sun, I don't believe, is going to go down on the Saras very quickly, which is of course a good thing. So this work was done by the funding support of many, many institutions, by people who were who provided critical thinking, who provided a lot of work, not just in the field, but also while making of proposals, while speaking to farmers, while doing field studies. And this is I think I've covered most of them, and I apologize if I haven't. So I'm happy to take any questions if you have. Thank you. You're no longer in the dark, no? So you can put on lights. Oh, sorry, there were some questions. Yeah, please.
Hello.
Hi.
Thank you for that wonderful talk. Really inspiring, really amazing stuff. I love the way you showed us everything, and the journey that you have gone through with this bird. Thanks a lot. Shows a lot of work that's been put in. Thanks a lot for that. My one question was about the truets that you had. Was there behavior where, in those three birds, was assigning of behavior happening? Meaning like one of them would generally take care of guarding the territory, and the other ones just given the breeding duties. Was there something around that where assigning of duties would happen? Did you observe anything like that?
So we don't have many of the trios marked. And even in the rare one that we have marked, only one of the birds is marked. So we cannot identify individual birds. But from what we can make out, it seems like the original pair. Let's call it the original pair, and the third one as the third one. So the original pair seems to take care of the territory part most of the time.
So the other one, what's the responsibility of?
Other one is taking care of the chick all the time. It's just feeding the chick most of the time, just standing around. And rarely we see them doing the triads.
Okay.
And when we did an analysis of the triads are much shriller than the duets. And in nature, shriller calls go further. And those are areas which have much larger territories. So we believe there is more than one function that is panning out to be very useful for the Saras.
Signaling the strength of the territory maybe?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks a lot. That was my doubt.
Sorry. One second. Wonderful talk, Gopi. You mentioned about threats to the birds, and what about the threats from other animals, maybe stray dogs or maybe some other, wild animals preying upon the nest or the egg, maybe? I mean, that aspect is there?
So dog threat has increased, of course, since the vultures have gone out. We've seen the dog population expand hugely. And in the territories which were late nesters, or nowadays what we are seeing is a huge disruption in the rainfall cycle, right? So we have a lot of the rainfall occurring either early in the year, or all of it occurring in September, or most of it occurring only in October, which is very, very late for rainfall. And that is disallowing the farmers from doing their usual practice of planting rice in June, July, the rice growing up regularly. And so when you don't have cover on the landscape, the chicks, when they are young, they do fall prey. And nowadays we are finding more of them falling prey to dogs. We've never seen chicks falling prey to wild animals. There was one instance where I was sitting on a dike and watching our family feeding, and both of us were very still, my field assistant and I, and we noticed a jungle cat passing by. He's just right there. And he was not bothered about us. He was very worried about the sarases. So his ears were all the way back. He was hunching down, and whenever the birds turned to look towards us, he went flat on the ground. He was really scared of the saras. He didn't even know that he was going so close to us. So looks like most of the predators that we find, at least in these areas, they don't seem to be enough to take on an adult pair of saras cranes. There are, however, a few pairs of saras cranes that nest on the borders or in the wetlands of protected forests, like Dudhwa, Kanha. They have one or two pairs of saras cranes. And those I've heard reports of tigers taking the chicks.
What age do they start breeding, and what is their lifespan?
So most of this stuff we know from captivity, except that some of our observations of banded birds, we've seen that they start to call, which is usually a sign of sexual maturity, at 3 years of age. So it looks like they're ready to breed for 3 years of age. And one of our suspicions is that the third bird is a very young bird. And so when a young bird enters into a trio in other species, it picks up the advantage of experience. And then it goes on to do much better. So we suspect that there's a whole bunch of things that are happening just because of this trio formation and triads forming. So that's the age part of when it becomes sexually mature. So now, because we have an audience that is extremely well read, can anybody guess what the age, the oldest cranes that have died can be in captivity? Sorry, if somebody says 40, 50, 60, 25, 30. So in the International Crane Foundation, they had a Siberian crane that recently died. Very famous Siberian crane called Wolf. It has given rise to a whole bunch of chicks that have been very, very important for such a declining and rare species. It was rescued in World War II. So the papers are missing. So we don't know how old, apparently they don't know how old the bird was when it was rescued. And when it died, it was at least 87 years. So they live incredibly long ages if we let them live, looks like. Yeah.
Gopi, thanks for that wonderful talk. And also for the revelation that, Australian part of the population, it's the same. That's because I was given to understand, at least, perhaps pretty long time back, maybe 30 years back or something, which I was reading. So how did you figure out, was it that, genetic studies have been made and they're absolutely sure about it? Or?
There's a small clade, it looks like a stepping stone thing. There's a little bit of difference, but the overlap is so much that it's really, if you're a splitter, taxonomists, there are two kinds of taxonomists.
Exactly, yes.
Some who are splitters, who love to split stuff. They look at a frog and they see one bar is a new species. So there are splitters, and then there are lumpers. They say, okay, generally they look the same, let's call them the same species. So it depends on who you are. But I would say that they are not even enough to be a subspecies. Anyway, what is a subspecies? I don't really understand a subspecies, but definitely a same species.
Excellent. We have some genetic pool for reintroduction somewhere.
Yeah. Yes. They were found all the way to Bangalore and Tamil Nadu. But this was in the 1700s and 1600s. We don't really know why birds like saras cranes and blackneck storks and stuff became so rare in peninsular India. It could be, one of the reasons could be, quite ironically, the advent of three cropping of rice. So in the Gangetic floodplains, you have rice grown only in the rainfall season. and then it followed by potato, wheat, and then vegetables and stuff. But in areas where you have 3 crops of rice or 4 crops of rice, the intensity seems to be far too much for large water birds to stay. I mean, heronry birds and all that, they're still doing fine in places with stuff. But territorial birds, we don't really understand why they are found so rare in peninsular parts compared to what the Britishers used to write about them. Sorry? So they're omnivorous. So one of the stories that I wish I had a good camera, because back then digital cameras were very rare. So we saw a crane walking furtively. He would come, stop, look, and then peck at something and run and feed the chick. And so we immediately stopped the bike and slowly walked up. And it took us nearly a couple of hours to do this. Then we went and sat there. What that fellow was doing was, the farmer had just flooded the fields, and that flood had gotten into all the mice dens. So this guy was actually waiting at different dens for the rats to come out. Wham! He'd pick up a rat, run to the chick, and the chick would be sitting there. And the chick was full at the end of it. It was just sitting there with its head full of mice. And this fellow would go and drop some mice, and the chick would again try to swallow that, and would run back. And this happened for hours. So this was just one bird doing it on one day. So if you sort of think about, even a very, very crude extrapolation, they must be doing some incredible service in terms of getting, eating up rodents. I don't know if they control populations. That's a bit of a far-fetching thing, but they must be doing some serious damage to rodent populations. They also eat a hell of a lot of other pests, including grasshoppers, including other stuff on the landscape. So it looks like they're providing services that are fantastic. But what the farmers like about them is they don't really view them as utilitarian birds in terms of they're helping our crops. They don't really view them like that. But one of the prime reasons why many farmers like to have them on the lands is in the night, these guys roost in the water. And so usually, since most of them are territorial, the only water they have are flooded rice fields in the breeding season. And when you're standing on a flooded rice field, every single movement that happens in the water, these guys would wake up and start doing alarm calls. And that helped the farmers reduce the damage done by nilgais and cattle and donkeys and a whole bunch of stuff. And that story continues today. Most farmers in the Gangetic floodplains will tell you that these are good guards of the crops. It took me a while to figure out what they meant, because for them it was very natural, so they didn't elaborate on it. But for me, it took a couple of years to realize that they were talking about the night calling. Because in the day, I couldn't figure out what they were guarding. But the night calling and prevention of scaring away nilgais, which are now a really, really serious pest in most of our farmlands around the country, looks like having a pair of Saras cranes stand sentinel is very good. And then there are cultural issues where, in Gujarat to this day, there are people who take out newly married couples to see Saras cranes. And the pujari tells them that if the cranes call, they have blessed your wedding. You're going to be together. If they don't call, there's always a green card.
My question is, do these cranes actually, are they monogamous? Do they pair for life? And what happens if one of a pair dies? And also in the trio, were you able to figure out what the third member is? Is it a male or a female?
Oh yeah. So the trio one we figured out, they're both males and females. So we've got some trios with males and some trios with females. So it looks like they just like to invite whoever is available. And that's what it looks like. And we almost invariably found trios very close to roosting areas of flocks. So it looks like the young birds are flying around looking for things, looking for partners, and these two are like, all right, we need some help here, and it's free help. So it looks like that's what is happening with the trio. Now in terms of staying together, pair bond, there are lots of stories around pair bond, and it's commonly written that if one of a pair of a crane dies, the other one dies out of grief. So there's a couple of species on which there's a whole bunch of genetic studies done on the progeny and the provenance of the chicks and all that. There's a whole bunch of hanky-panky going on. So it's up to the duet, oh lovely, happy married life, very nice. But you check the genetics of the chicks, good lord. So you have chicks which have been fathered by the male of the adjacent territory. You have chicks that have been fathered by adult birds that you can't find in the area. So there are areas going around mating, there are cranes going around mating in the landscape. So all kinds of fun stuff is happening then. But we've not done a genetic study on the Saras cranes because a huge amount of the respect that the rural people have on the cranes is because they assume that these two stay together. So just to get a genetic number, just like 25% of the chicks are purely from that pair. Just for that number, I don't think it's worthwhile putting stress on the culture. I don't think it will break the culture. I don't think so. But putting potential stress on the culture, I believe is not really a fair thing to do for the cranes, which have lived with the farmers for a long time. And I mean, to be fair, the farmers, they call us over for chai when we try to ban the chicks. They help out. And then while we are having chai, the boys always are saying, "Kyun bhaiya, ye dono saath mein rehte hain kya?" So then we tell them saying, "Agar saath mein nahi hai, to will you chase them away?" And then they all start laughing, ha, hu, and all that. And then they come back and then saying, no, but we want to know. So to a couple of farmers, I've told the story of the Florida sandhill cranes. They're total hanky-panky. My goodness, this is having a blast. So and then one of them came up with the theory that these are American cranes. So we let that one go. There's a mic there.
So the droppings of cranes, is it helping farmers in terms of manure or something like that, like it happens with other birds?
So these are in the places where flocks occur. You can't really walk without stepping on their poop. So when they're flying around in flocks, definitely they're providing enormous value, nitrogen and all that. But a pair that defends the territory, I don't think so. Yeah, and especially because they roost in dry land, and I mean they nest in a drier area. They don't dirty the nest. The nests are very, very clean all the time. They're obviously going away, pooping, and then coming back. But I doubt two birds are providing that kind of incremental value as you would get to see in, let's say, below a heronry, like, Kokrebellur or something. Below those trees, yeah, they must be doing magic. And of course, they're also doing opposite things because you have a lot of trees that die out because there's so much excrement that the stalks put out. So you have that problem as well when it comes to nitrogen-based excrement. But for the cranes, for territorial cranes, I doubt it. They definitely are providing something. I mean, the big poop, and we went around collecting poop because, their poop is great for ecologists. We can get to see what they've eaten. Now we can do chemical analysis and see how their hormones are. It's just incredible stuff now, especially with the new technology. Picking up poop can keep you happy for multiple generations. So, and it's a chunk. And a bird like this, which is 6 foot, just chunk. So you can't miss it. And so some of my other bird people who work on forest birds, like, look at ours. Itne mein kya milega?
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
In your studies, peninsular cranes or similar large birds, did you see a similar kind of symbiotic relationship with the farming? And it was so tight-knit what you were talking about the rice, and it has to grow, and the chick will die, mortality was higher and all this. Any species in the peninsula where we are?
So even for cranes, it varies a lot. In Gujarat, for example, we noticed quite quickly that the cranes don't call too much when they're flying. Whereas in Uttar Pradesh, we have something known as a flight call. It's a very different call that they call when they're flying. And the Gujarat cranes are very quiet. And it took us a while to figure out that hunting in that area has been a very long-standing sport by the royal gentry and by the kings and their stuff. So it might be that there is hunting going on, and it could be a way to figure out that when they don't call too much or when they are quiet in areas, it's probably a problem. So even for the same species, you'll get quite a lot of variation depending on where in India do you go, and not just that, you have to go back a few 50, 60 years to figure out why those cranes may be behaving the way they are. So in Uttar Pradesh, where I worked, for example, was the place where A.O. Hume started the canal building project in India, which is a precursor to the Green Revolution and so on. So that area, because the canals were done not with lined walls, but with unlined walls, there was a lot of seepage. And that history of A.O. Hume being there is likely why we have the world's highest density of cranes in Etawah and Mainpuri. So you have to go back sometimes a couple of 100 years to figure out why these birds may be doing or not doing certain things. So in other parts of India and stuff, in MP, for example, there has been a huge advent of soybean. And soybean, they use sprinklers. So you hardly see cranes out in the landscape because sprinklers are a huge bother. So you don't even have to worry about the cultural elements and all of that stuff there. And as you come further south, there is a lot more hunting here. We've had a couple of studies that we've done. The scale of waterbird hunting in Karnataka and Tamil Nadu is mind-boggling. It is just truly mind-boggling. So I doubt if the cranes could have survived to this day if they had stayed here, because the kind of the numbers of birds, the variety of birds, and the people who catch the birds know the birds so well. They know their behavior, they know their calls, they know their roosting habits. They are ecologists par excellence. So the birds don't have a chance.
Got it. Thank you.
Hey, any question is welcome. So if you guys want to ask any other questions saying how big is an egg, go for it.
How big is an egg?
Fits in the palm of my hand. So it's about the heaviest egg I weighed is 480 grams. So nearly half a kilo. Yeah.
So when this couple allows another bird or they say no to another bird, what criteria do they follow? Is it just the age of the bird that is trying to enter their family?
All excellent questions that we have as well. Now we've just begun to figure out that this occurs all over the place. And we've just begun to figure out that it's not just a single gender that they allow in. So one thing that we did figure out, which is fairly nuanced, is that we are getting a lot more trios in poor quality areas. That we did figure out. But beyond that, we know nothing else. So it's a very, very new finding that you're hearing about.
And is there a specific time that they always call, like at a certain time of the day that they call? And I mean, is that, like you just said that the birds in Gujarat don't really
When
call
they're
much
flying.
because of other threats, but is there something that could help, let's say, the pujaris to figure out, okay, this is 8 o'clock is when they call, so I'll go show you the bird?
So when the densities are very high, it's pre-dawn onwards they start. Because when you are a pair whose house is surrounded by 10 pairs, you have a lot of work to do. Because you have to march up, you have to do the drama, you have to do that. Then they stand there preening each other, pretending that they are not worried about the other chap. And then they go off to the next pair. So in the morning, pre-dawn onwards, all the way up to, in Etava, especially some of the pairs, they really need to work quite a lot because they have a very healthy territory. And that goes on till 9:30, 10 in the morning. Just that morning exercise of saying, I'm still here, I can see you, this is my area, this is the border. That part goes on forever. But throughout the day, a territorial pair will always call if another crane comes into its territory, either on land or overflight. Even if there's an overflight, they immediately stop everything they're doing and they go to a high place and they give a unison call. Because real estate is truly, when you have a population where 50 to 60% are non-breeders, you have a ton of cranes looking for areas to breed in. So you can't really take chances when there's a crane flying. So they immediately react. So they can call through the day, they can call through the year. I mean, they do call through the year and they do call through the day. And in the nights when they see nilgais and stuff and all that, whenever the nilgai runs away or another crane is flying over with a flight call, they immediately respond in the middle of the night with a unison call.
In areas which are full of water like Uttar Pradesh, I have no problem of why the cranes have such long legs. But in dry areas like the Aravali range, why do they have such long legs even if the water levels are low?
So in evolution, what happens is it takes a very long time for your body to adapt to an area. So what we are seeing is evolutionarily, these guys are slowly now beginning to adapt to 10 to 12,000 years of farming. And they're starting new behaviors to adjust to our landscape and stuff. But for your body to change, the genes have to change so much that it will probably take a few million years before the cranes in Aravali say, hey, we don't need such long legs, why are we having a long legs? Let's start shortening them. So that will probably take millions of years. It looks like the money reaches all the way to the top. And it is in the tune of millions of dollars every year. The money that is reaching the top is millions of dollars. So you can imagine, it looks like a very, very big. So every time some of my colleagues who are more into the active form of conservation, which is they report on tribals, they get them arrested, not tribals, sorry, hunters, and get them arrested and so on. Immediately, some political person turns up at the police station and those people are released immediately. It differs from area to area. If you're closer to a city and if you like partridge, they'll sell it to you for a higher price. If you're closer to a highway and near a village, $20, you'll get you a partridge. Yeah, it's wild meat. Yeah, it's this fascination for wild meat and this long-standing reliance on wild meat in a vast area that we don't know about. And so when you do these studies, and we followed them to the markets and stuff, the markets are everywhere, everywhere. Starting from dabas, starting from individuals in the village who come and collect the birds, all the way to the cities and goes all the way to chief ministers. So it's everywhere. You won't believe how much of hunting, of illegal hunting goes on of water birds in Karnataka and Tamil Nadu. Other states I can't speak for, but these two states we've done studies, so we know. Depends where you are. If you're closer to the wetland and they have a bunch of birds they want to get rid of, he'll give it to you, 4. So in dabas, for example, the people who are going for dabas and who have everyday work in the fields and stuff, they call them chicken. They just call them chicken, saying, what a chicken going to get. What they get, they don't care. And nearly 100% of the times in many of these locations, they are not getting chicken. They're getting babblers, they're getting kora, they're getting rails, they're getting water hens, they're getting bitterns, they're getting storks. But storks are very difficult to eat, so people don't like it.
If they could, would these cranes eat Brahmini snakes because they're not venomous and they're almost like earthworms?
Yeah, they eat a lot of snakes. Any snake they get, including earthworms, they eat. So anything they see moving, they immediately grab hold of, swallow it full.
Check. What is the Saurus crane's most used defense when something's attacking?
Well, on me, it seems to be using the beak on my head. But other things also, the legs are very, very powerful. So a leg kick of the crane can wind you. So we've had instances when I was holding the bird and walking, because we just caught the bird for banding, and we were walking to a safe place away from the road, and other people who were involved in it forgot not to come in the front. And so once or twice a person came in the front, and this guy, a young crane, just about 1.5 months of age, kicked. And that person flew and I flew. So it's a very, very hard kick. So the kick is the part that all the other animals fear. The beak they're a little bit careful about because they need the beak for various things.
One second. Thanks for that wonderful talk, and especially for a self-proclaimed lazy bird watcher. And it's very clear that when you're speaking certain aspects of whatever you observed, you have a lot of data behind that when you're speaking those. And kudos to that entire team to bring out that
Thank
data.
you.
Just wanted to say that.
Thank you. So initially, Prasad, we thought they were, because everybody told us that they were. But in the first 4 years of field work, I've actually rescued 4 chicks by having to help them hatch. The eggshells were so thick. So if the pesticides were having an impact, it should be the opposite, right? It should be thinning of the eggshells. So it looks like, at least in the Gangetic floodplains, the dilution effect of the rain seems to be incredible. And it seems to be through the season that it does not impact the birds. The only deaths we see are towards the ripening stage when there's one last blast of pesticides on the rice. And these birds like to eat the rice. So at that stage, in those 15 days of spraying, that's the time we see the deaths of cranes. Because they're accumulating far too much than they can process. But it doesn't seem to be enough to cause collapses of crane populations in most areas. Except in the the southernmost population in Chandrapur, in Maharashtra. That's the bordermost. There, already the population is thinned down so much that even if one pair dies, it's a significant loss to the population. And so over the last 10 years, we are seeing what could be, in our lifetimes, we'll see the extinction of our local population. And Chandrapur, the entirety of the reason is pesticides. Yeah. So there are 2 groups there that we have very briefly worked with and helped them out with binoculars and other stuff. So they've been doing spectacular work. So we don't need to go there at all because those guys are doing some really fantastic work. It's helping, and now a High Court judge read about this work in the newspaper, and suo moto cognizance has been taken, and he has filed a suit against the Maharashtra government, and 3 times a year he asks for progress. So since every pair has been marked out by these groups who've been working there for the last 3 decades, they're able to give progress per pair. So that is really spectacular. It's very unusual.
I have a couple of questions.
Meaning? I'm not looking at demoiselles. We are looking at brolgas in Australia, which is a purely Australian species. And my colleagues are looking quite a lot in China, especially in China. They're looking at the blackneck cranes, and I follow that quite a bit. But all of the other cranes, no, because you can only have so much time in the day and only so much money per year. So we are not looking at the birds. But cranes by far have, since I started work and before that, out of the 15 species of cranes that survive today, 11 are thought to be endangered. But over time, I've realized that many of them are actually not endangered. It's just that people don't go out of protected areas. In Africa, for example, almost all of the African crane species are thought to be endangered. And my colleagues and my students have now started working out in the farmlands. We are finding bucket loads of cranes everywhere. So they're not the most threatened family of birds in the world. So I'm one of those few idiot conservationists who pulls birds out of conservation from the red list, and then I lose potential to get money because only endangered species get money. Krishna sir. They're walking around, they're pooping, they're walking around. Hey, that poor chap has been raising his hand. His hand has turned blue. Oh, that's your sleeve. Okay. Yeah, in India it is about 25,000 is my guess, give or take. And it's up from what previously was assumed. In Australia, it was thought to be less than 5,000. We think at least 15,000, if not more, because we've not surveyed all of the areas yet. Southeast Asia, people think there are between 800 and 1,200. I don't think so. I think there are less than 500. So Southeast Asia is the only one where it's way less than the proposed number. In all the other populations, they're doing way better, almost double or triple in the case of Australia. He's got...
a couple of questions.
Yeah.
So what's the average flight range for Saurus birds?
Flight range meaning?
Range, the distance, average distance that it can fly.
Okay.
And from an evolutionary perspective, why have they lost the ability to migrate long distances? Let's say from South Asia to...
So a lot of tropical birds don't migrate because they don't need to. They don't freeze over here, so they don't need to. Having said that, paleontological evidence shows that there are fossils of Sarus cranes in current Europe. And I say current Europe because the Sarus is a very long-lived species. I mean, it's been around on the planet for, I think it is 125 million years or some such thing. So back then, what is Europe today would likely have been different, and climate would have been different. So they seem to be largely tropical, and most tropical species don't really migrate. They do have local movements. In the breeding pairs move locally in response to drying up. In the super dry years, in the drought years that we've seen over the last 20 years, when we are wandering around the landscape, you hardly see a pair. They've just vanished to go to the nearest water source. But they're back. When the rain's there, they're back. In terms of flight, if it is a territorial pair, they don't need to fly much. They just need to walk around. And the only distance they need to fly is from one edge of the territory to the other edge of the territory. That's about it. Non-breeding cranes, I suspect, fly much more, especially the ones that have managed to get a partner and the partner is staying with them. They then have to start roaming around, especially if it's a female, because we've seen that females have parapatry. So the females are very likely to fly much more. And we've seen from the Himachal Pradesh birds and from the birds in Maharashtra and from the birds in Gujarat that there are at least a couple of 100 kilometers they can go in one shot, because we've seen birds moving that distances when they're non-breeding birds. Thanks. One sec, I'll just... Yes, this is from Udaipur. So Shamal just visited there. Yeah.
So have there been any territorial disputes? Okay. Have there been any territorial disputes and like between trios and flocks, and do they drive out the duets, and if so, what happens to the chicks which can't fly?
This is not like a video game, honestly. So cranes, it's a very good question to tell you something that I forgot to tell you, which is that when you're studying species, you develop something known as an ethogram. An ethogram is a understanding of all of the behaviors that particular species or the group of species has. cranes have the biggest ethogram of any group of animals on the planet. So they have walks that are different. They can expand the red skin on the head to communicate to each other that are different. They have exaggerated walks. They have opened their wings. And then sometimes they do this sudden, and they go down. And that's a very super aggressive, basically 4-letter words to the other person. So they have all of these threat displays and all kinds of displays. And the ethogram is so long that you won't believe that it's not a primate that has one of the longest ethograms. So it looks like, because the cranes are so big, we assume that the potential for serious physical damage is too much when they do a fight. Because it's such a big bird, the bones are elongated, the bones are hollow like all other birds are. And so when such a large bird kicks or pecks, almost certain that you will have breakage. So they seem to have evolved behaviors to avoid physical contact as much as possible. That's what it seems like. So fights we do see only in non-breeding groups, but I have seen territorial pairs chase out another pair that thought that it could come in. And that fight lasted nearly a couple of hours. But the other fight that was even more interesting that we saw happen in a couple of birds was a new female came in and started to drive out the resident female. And they fought. They really fought. Feathers flew and they hit each other. They fell down. And the male went and chose a raised platform to stand and watch. Literally what he did, he walked away, went to a mound, stood there and watched. And the new female was so aggressive that she forced this resident female to get into water. And she was so tired that she couldn't fly. She had to swim. And the new female sat on the old female and pecked her head like a woodpecker. And the response of the old female was, because we were in the sidelines watching, she did not go anywhere else in the field. She came close to us so that the other birds would not approach. So the one that was losing was the territorial female, the original female, and she was standing right here. And she came close to the human beings we suspect because she knew that the other bird may not come. And so this kind of breakage we've seen quite a few times where the females are fighting. It's called sexual role reversal, where the females are fighting for a better territory and they fight over a male. We've not seen fighting like this between males after they have occupied territories.
And have there been instances where the chicks can't fly and then the parents change? Then will the new resident kill the old one, kill the chicks?
We've never come across a place where the chicks were not able to fly and therefore something happened. We were not able to track anything like that. Yeah.
We'll be taking one last question.
Yeah.
Do you name the Saurus cranes you observed?
What a lovely question. So the first the first family that we chased down the chicks was with 2 chicks, and we caught both the birds when we put bands, and I named them Georgie and Porgy. And fortunately, it was the first pair of chicks, because you start to get seriously attached with the birds that you're naming. You go there, you know where they're moving, you know where they are today. And if they're not being seen, you know that they've gone to that faraway wetland and so on. So after a month, winter hit. And in Uttar Pradesh, when winter hits, you get nearly 1.5 months of fog. So it gets completely fogged out. You can't see beyond your hand. It's sometimes so thick. So on one of the regular tours, we were going and we knew where the cranes roosted in the night, and so we went up there, and all we found was the legs of the birds with the bands. So that was just 1.5 months after I had named the chicks. After that, I never named another chick. It was just too difficult. So I stopped naming them because there was hunting going on. There was chicks that would die. And imagine following a chick for 7 years and finding it dead somewhere. That was not something that I wanted to take. But we did start out like that. He asked a question, so... No, ostrich is very tall. Ostrich is nearly 7.5 feet. Good males are nearly 7.5 feet. Saruses are 6 feet, just a little taller than me. And the UP population is the most robust. That's the tallest cranes. The Australian population is the shortest. So most of the cranes in Australia are about my height or less. And bustards are, of course, much lesser. Yeah, from me here, it's much less. Yeah, they're heavier, but they're not tall.
Still around here, so they always discuss the same after the book. So
Thank you so much. Thank you. Oh, you put the talk in this, is it? You have the. Oh, okay.
Excellent.
Please tell people to watch birds for long periods of time, not make checklists. Yeah. I mean, they can make checklists.
Thanks, Gopi, for that informative talk. And Gopi's advice is watch birds and don't make checklists. Okay, do make checklists, but spend time watching them more, right? Thank you, and I invite Dr. George Joseph to come on the stage and hand over our token of appreciation to Gopi Sundar. So, before we end the program today, the usual vote of thanks. First of all, I would like to thank Dr. B.V. Jagadeesh Science Center and all the office bearers of B.V. Jagadeesh Science Center, including Dr. Bharati Rao, Altaf Pasha, and the former director, K.S. Nataraj. Just with a phone call, they agreed to give this hall to us for the program. I thank all of them on behalf of the organizers and everyone participating. The other people who have been instrumental in making sure that everything ran perfectly includes Asif, who is behind the room there, making sure that the lighting, the audio, video, everything is working fine. So a round of applause for Asif. Dr. Mamata, the principal of National Education Society, was very helpful, so we thank her as well. Rudraya and all his staff ensured that everything went on smoothly. So on behalf of the organizers, we thank everyone. Dr. George Joseph and his wife came all the way from Vellore, as usual, every year. So thank you, sir, for being here and blessing us. Dr. Gopi Sundar for the wonderful talk. In fact, the opening slide he showed with Valmiki, okay, it goes with a verse called Manishada Pratishta Tomagamaha Shashwati Samaha. It says that, oh hunter, you will become eternally famous for killing a courting pair of the cranes. But I hope Gopi Sundar will become eternally famous for studying the Saurus crane and all its habits. Shilpa Shri for the wonderful sketching session with so many kids participating. Nagesh and Madhavi for the wildlife rescue and how it was done with PFA. Vijay and Shamal for the wonderful quiz. Prashant Hebar, who has been supporting us over the years, and this year also with the live streaming of the event. So thank you, Prashant. Stand up so that people can see you. We also thank our caterer Suresh for the wonderful lunch, coffee, tea which he provided. All senior bird watchers and my friend Swami Mrunali for running around making sure that everything went on perfectly. All quiz participants for making the quiz a success. and all my friends and colleagues at EcoEdu for making sure that the event was successfully hosted this year as well. Thank you, everyone.